Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome in. Hello, hello. Hi, Nexus. Hello. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing better today, at least. Why is my hand behind? Why is my hand behind? Why are you sensing? This is my hand, not the one behind. It's not behind me. Hello, hope you're doing good. And boy, I was thinking whether if I want to play Killer Instinct or Tekken today, since I had a good sleep, sort of. Well, I slept for a long time. And I feel like my brain should be able to handle fighting games today. Oh shit. There we go. Oh. But I feel like I haven't played Killing Instinct in a long time. So that's why I feel like... Why... I thought OBS crashed, scared shit out of me. By the way, I wanted to play Killing Instinct for a little bit. I don't think I'll be able to play it for like the whole duration of the stream because don't know about the player base, and I feel like every match I play is gonna be a leggy mess since not a lot of people around Asia play this game. I feel like, or people around me, let's say Southeast Asian. I don't think a lot of Southeast Asian play this game, so a lot of matches I find it's most likely gonna be a laggy mess. So we'll see how long I can last. But of course I just want to look at Riptor for a little bit more, right? So yeah. Let me just open up the game real quick. Wait, why do I have Anniversary Edition? I mean, I bought... In the Windows version, I bought... Saber Wolf, Riptor, Shin Hisako. And did I buy Kimbo? I don't remember. Well, I bought 3 or 4 characters and they gave me the Anniversary Edition. I mean, I'll take it. I will take it if there's Anniversary Edition. Hell yeah. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna close this. I still feel like my brain has not warmed out yet. I'll probably speak a bunch of gibberish. Okay. Wait, do I need... Does it support controller? Shit, just in case, let me open up... where is it? This one. I think that works? Because I feel like... Windows Store just doesn't really... Oh, it's not working. Oh, it is working now. Okay, good. Okay, I feel like most games in Microsoft Store just doesn't really detect Sony controllers. I think. Let's say PS4, PS5 controller. I remember I was having such a tough time trying to play this game with controller on. Uh-oh. What this? Oh, this is gonna be my account. It's my account and my email. Shit. I don't need that. Okay, should be good. Almost doxed myself, huh? This one. Boop. Please work. Also, this game is so optimized that I can just use 3D softwares with no issue. There we go, it works. This is like multiple months per session. multiple months and then suddenly coming back to this game. I cannot believe it. Oh yeah, one other thing. I started playing Counter-Strike again. last night, me and my friends just like started out Counter-Strike, and then we're back in business. We're playing Counter-Strike again. It was funny as hell. I love the game. Alright, I should check the benchmark. It can be... What? That's a new one. Oh, wow. Whoa, these are new. Oh, I think this is AMD FSR 2. Good quality. Every game just have... I'm still here. No. Take my hand. I can hardly hear the music. With Killer Instinct playing on the background. Oh god. Hello, Ion. Welcome, welcome. I'm coming back to this game. That looks mighty fine. Yeah, AMD SFR 2 is pretty good. 4 points more. Oh, I have motion blur and blue. Wait, everything's on high. Everything's on high and still acceptable? Shit. That was like the benchmark, right? I should go practice run a little bit. I forgot to play this game. Oh, hi fishes. Welcome, welcome. Oh my god, I actually have Anniversary Edition. But why? I mean, I bought 4 characters and I got the whole game. Hey, I'll take it. I'm not gonna complain. Hope you're doing good, fishes, and hope you're doing good too, Ion. Here, my favorite Tutu Riptor. Oh. Riptor. Sorry about yesterday, I feel like an asshole. No, it's okay. Like, it was the heat of the moment. I understand. Heat of the moment thing, I've been there. I've been there, really. So. Shit, I forgot to play this game. Okay, so opener, link, auto double. So opener, right? That's opener, double, oh, link. Okay, so opener, link, link, manual. No, that's not manual. Oh my god. Oh my god, manual is so hard with that. I think if I'm manual, just do this. Yeah, this is way easier. Setups. Okay, we have setups. This is really hard to do though. That's a low, right? Okay, that's a low. This is a Not low. Oh, that's a low! I didn't know. Oh my god, I played this game for so many years. Tell medium punch is a low? Alright, okay. Yeah, that's a low. Because I usually just do this, and it's so fucking fast to do an opener with this. I keep messing up. Oh, oh, the mod doesn't like that. Just looks like two raptors giving each other blowjob, huh? Hey, I don't mind. Well, I'm not gonna allow the word, but you know, I read it out. It's fine. I mean, with my avatar blocking it, it looks even more like it. No, no. It just duck in. Look, there's nothing happening. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Predator stance. And then Fireball. I can hold this for 3 fireballs, Predator stance. Predator stance like punch. Or splat. Can I? Wait, I think I can. It's possible, but it's way slower. I think usually what I like to do is on an angler. Wall pushback angler. This one. And then just do it. Shit. There. So that's another setup. Or you can just do this and then do this again for another setup, and then you can do it again and then you can fix them. You can debate them. This one deals raw hard damage, so it's like super painful. And what else do I have? This one is good. Predator stance. Oh yeah. The low. The low thing can be easy opener, but it's slow. Might as well just do down punch. Oops. Oh yeah, sometimes I get shadow move as an opener because of negative edge. I have to tap the button. Yeah, see, I got it. Negative edge again. And where does things? Oh yeah, this is the overhead. And then this is the plus move, I think. Yeah, this is a plus move. It's still my turn, right? I think I can have practice options. There we go. I don't understand advantage. Okay, you know, I don't even understand what those numbers mean. You know, up there it says advantage. I don't even know what that means. I think the fastest move in this game is shit, 4 frames. I don't even know. I don't even know. Oh, it says attack properties. That's cool. What's this? Parry. Okay. Oh, shoulder charges damage. Damn. Lower body invulnerable recapture. Oh, that's a recapture. I mean, I've been doing this. Oh no. Is it this range? Riptor is so wild, sometimes I don't even know what I'm doing. This range I can just like jump forward. Oh my god. Oh, I guess I can do like up, forward, and then just go like forward, down, down, back. Essentially like a half circle. Yeah, that's easier. You know what? I'm just gonna go online because why not? I'm gonna get smoked. I'm so gonna get smoked. Like this game, how long is this game again? I think this game is like fucking a decade or some shit. At least a decade, this game. And I'm back here after so many months of not playing it. I'm scared. But then again, I feel like it's probably gonna be very hard to find a match with decent connection, because a lot of people play this game is not Asian, sadly. At least those I know, you know. So a lot of times when I play this game, it's gonna be like really bad connection, which I don't really like. I don't want bad connection, which is also why I'm thinking about playing Tekken 8 instead of this game. No game, what are you doing? Because Tekken 8 now has like a very healthy player base, which also means that it's easier for me to find matches, and matches with decent connection as well. We'll see, we'll see, right? If like a lot of matches is terrible, then yeah, I might go to Tekken 8 then. Well, sure. Oh yeah, did you guys know? I've been playing Heyday for a while. A phone game. I don't know why I like Heyday so much. And I'm just like doing the derby and shit. Oh shit. Couple getting beaten by strangers. Yeah, I mean it's just fighting games. It's normal. Yip at them. Oh, but of course I'll yip at them. Tira, your Dinoforce ally is here. Hi, Dinoforce. My ally. Like friend. Oh, I just need to do one more hamburger. I'm playing Heyday, by the way. You guys cannot see it, but it's here. It's here. Look, game is fun, okay? Maybe I like farming, but I don't like to do it in real life. Fuck that. I don't have that stamina to do that shit. But farming, kind of fun. Not gonna lie. Oh, you want popcorn? Sure. I've been hugged, but there's a bone bat.
Welcome. Riptor.
I mean, that one is fine. Give me a second. Hi, Cheesecake. I know my fat ball is getting...
Fight on.
No way, there's a new player? There's new player in this game? I mean, I'm new. I'm not new, but I don't know. Make more cheese and jalapeno sandwiches today. Fat ball. Fluff. Fat ball fluff. I forgot if I gave permission to this game to use microphone, because this game has like automatic automatic microphone detection, so there will be voice chat on all the time. Fuck up now. Just triple. Low. Oh, nice jump. Oh, nice DP. Oh. Nice though. I cannot do that. I forgot. I think that's breakable. I forgot to break combos. Stop. Dude, connection. I'll do it again. Dude. Dude. A connection. Yeah, this is what I mean. Because, like I mentioned, a lot of people playing this game is not from Asia.
Ultimate.
Dang. Actually, let me check something real quick. Give me a second. Microphone permission. 5 apps are using your microphone. What the fuck? Oh, Killing Instinct has been using my microphone? Shit, so that person heard what I said all the time. And... okay, it should be good. I'm checking the Microsoft settings real quick. Yeah, I'm getting exposed. But let me check one more thing. If my default microphone is the voice mod one, they're hearing like a chipmunk speaking. Okay, it's a voice mod one. Well, they had fun. It's the Cobalt mic speaking. Hi, Narix. The Cobalt mic was speaking. They are hearing squealing. I don't even know. Okay, no more microphone for this game. I need to restart this game real quick. Yeah, Spook Narix. Yeah. Have you met other players using voice chatting before? Yes.
Imperil TV.
It's a really bad feature. Oh, my screen is gone. Give me a second. It's getting back up. Look at the. It's fine. Look at the void first. I'm in the void. Oh god. I'm in the void. Help. Yep. This game is also in Steam, and Steam doesn't really have like. Where's the screen? Oh, there it is. Steam doesn't really have like options to get rid of microphone permissions, so they cannot turn off voice chatting in Steam version of this game. It's really bad. I was there. Everyone heard what I said, but it's okay. But now we're playing Windows version. We can change the permission. Yeah, it's kinda funny. But yep. Right, yep. I can't believe I have the voice mod as default. That person is like, what the fuck is this person saying? Your girlfriend needs to change to play only must first run. What? Okay.
Fight on.
I thought I already did it, asshat. Yep. Oh, it happened again. Oh my god, at the exact same time. Why am I dead? No. Cobalt down. Yep. Cobalt down. Oh, Cobalt's back. Oh. There's so many noises going on. I cannot pause the benchmark. Yeet. 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 Help. Yeet. Hi, Breen. How's the Breen doing? I was looking at you. This is a benchmark test. Yep. I wasn't playing.
It was the benchmark. Yeah. That's how I know, because I was looking. Hope you're doing good, Green. Not again. I cannot wait for the Tekken plushie that I bought. I'm good, just chilling out today. Nice. Good to know. Enjoy my once a month alcohol. Oh, put on my second hormone patch ever this month, so I feel pretty great. Nice. It's so heartwarming to see like people going through like transition. It's like having a great time. Hell yeah. More power to you. And then I'm playing Heyday again. While I wait for a match. There's no warm-up space in this game. I can't believe it. I mean, it's an old game. It's 2013. There is an amazing Kobobi. Wow. Maybe. Enjoy your breasticles. Wait, the months of finally get it, and it's just finally later happen. Oh. Ooh, go. Let's go. Alright, I'm going into 2. Gonna give it many more months for the itchy to grow in. Oh. Saber, fuck. My Saber knowledge is empty. Well, it's been so many months, my every character knowledge is empty. Ow, sweep. Why would you keep sweeping? Do you know about this? You sure do. Oh, hey, that's breakable. Nice. Delay. Interesting gold rank. Nice block. Really? I keep doing it. Do you know about this? Oh. They respect it. Nice. Nah. My tail is longer. I'm plus. That's breakable. Nah, we break those. Oh, they're using that. Okay, I know what to do. Okay, you want to do that again? That's plus for them. That's... Oh! I didn't punish it. I need to be careful. Oh, it's not that punishable. Oh god, I'm getting exposed. There's no leveling up and getting health in this game. It's just a fighting game. Okay, so that's the game plan. To use the punishable move, I need to punish it. It's only light punishable if I remember correctly. I'm plus. Good night. We're just sweeping. Tick throw. I'm plus. Schmicks. Nice. Big throw. Nah, I'm grabbing. Shit. No, stop! I'm going in, bitch. Uh-oh. Stop. That's your game plan. Oh, I messed up. Do we again? You're dead. Werewolf vs Dinosaur, it's the best thing in this game. Interesting saber wolf. They used a very punishable move to like zone. But I didn't punish it even once. I think I punished it once only. Because if it hits tip range, I have no button to like punish it. Be right back, commercial? Company games they can let you choose how much health each player has in offline mode. Yeah, in only in offline mode. Because if people get to choose stats like that, online play will be broken. It will be unfair as fuck and it's not fun. Still with my werewolf tarantula form. Tarantula? Maybe I'm a little bit afraid of spooters. I have a bit of arachnophobia, but only mild. Only mild. Last night is making me want to play Counter-Strike. I was having so much fun with Counter-Strike last night. Fuck. Now I want to play it. Oh, I need wheat. Oh shit, I'm out of wheat. I'm out of wheat though. Wait, I'm out of wheat though. Okay. I need wheat and corn. And I'm out of eggs. Alright, going in Riptor. Edgy. I need all the edge. Remember once someone very confused asked me if I was transitioning? I looked over and said very quietly, no, I just fat. Ooh, Hisako, okay. I am very fluffy as one though, that's what makes it comfortable. Fair enough. Fluff always makes things good. I mean, look at me, I have fluff here. I have fluff. I have fluff. Fluff good. And tail fluff too, look at that. Tail fluff, there. You can kind of see it now. Damn, jump scare. Oh my wakuru! I will eat you. Ow. Damn, Sakura is such good neutral. Do you know about this? You're not even blocking! Nice, good call. Nah, I don't react to shit. Oh, really? Oh yeah! Good reset. Oh, good! I'm dead. Falling back. I whipped big button. Good shit. Good shit. Delay. Good shit. You were gas braking! Should have known. Counter? We take those. I have no further scaling. Fair enough. I can use some milk to hydrate as it requires 5 hearts. Milk! I love milk. I would say this for Wink Wonk, I love dragon milk. Haha. Hey, look, it's not TOS, alright? They don't know what that means. Alright, let me get some weed. I can't believe it, I used up all my weed. Oh, hi, Lord Kobo. Oh my god, it's another couple. That Emon's so adorable, oh my god. How are you doing? Get welcome. Have you ever been KO'd before by having a red healthy bar hit 0? Of course, it's fighting game. I die so much in this game, it's insane. That's how you learn though. You learn by losing and then learn the matchup and stuff like that. Oh, I need more chicken feed. Oh wait, I don't need more chicken feed. Crap. Oh god, my barn is full. I'm playing Heyday. Why am I playing Heyday? I don't know. Hey, look, game is fun, alright? I have 4 dogs, 1 cat. I don't know how the fuck am I supposed to take care of them, but I'm doing it. Mmm, blackberry. See, the thing is, at first I didn't want to play Heyday, but because of my mom playing it, I was like, sure, let me try it. And then I fucking got addicted to it. Oh god. DJ combo? Shit. I'm going in default Yoshi. Fighting games are too hard for you? Yeah, that's fair. Fighting games is, like, you can play casually, but when you're trying to, like, play online ranked and shit like that, it's difficult. Some players get salty during fighting games. One time, some person in the convention gets so mad that damn. Do you know about this? You're just pressing. Good reaction. You're just pressing again. You're dead. Plus. You break those. Good break. Do you know about this? Why? Isn't that minus? Yeah, that was some manual. I need to do this. There we go. Yeah, people get so really salty at fighting games. It's normal stuff. I get salty too. Believe it or not, when I first streamed Tekken 7, I was a salty mess. I get mad, I shout, I didn't break controllers, but my gaming etiquette was not good. It's horrendous, to say the least. Good. Woohoo! Heart knockdown. Fireball. Schmicks. Heart knockdown. Careful. You cannot just do that. It's minus 200. I'm plus. Good call. No. Don't press buttons! There's flame in your leg! What do you mean? I stupid it. Fuck, I tried. Good break. No! Do I read you like a book, asshole? I want to do it once! No, you're dead. No. Angry Kobo. I was a very angry Kobo. Well, I wasn't a Kobo back then. I was still using a face cam to stream, believe it or not. When I first stream, I used face cam. It is when I hit affiliate on Twitch, I decided to go all in on this and made my own model, and eventually I end up with a kobold. I used to be a cryptid, and then a dragon, and then a snake, and now I'm a kobold. Needless to say, the TV looked better than before, only if better is having screen damage on the screen's a unique design. There's gonna be so much static or some shit, I don't know. Rainbow color. How is Dragon Mom still on mini vacation? Dragon Mom is on mini vacation until tomorrow. Tomorrow she's back. A short vacation, but she's already planning another trip to Kuching to find her siblings and actually have fun for a few weeks. It's gonna happen at August, I believe. Oh yeah, no, sorry. August, she's going there for like a week, and then on September 13th, my mom's sister's son is having a marriage, so she's going there again for a few weeks. So it's like, good on you, mom, go have fun. Good stuff. Yeah, now I want to play Counter-Strike. Shit. Shit. Oh, why? Why Counter-Strike? I don't know. The game's goddamn fun. Whoa, Thunder? Isn't Thunder a grappler? I'm going in armor. Yoshi.
Fight on.
Shit, I don't really fall. I have never really seen a Thunder before. Like, not a lot of people online use this Thunder, believe it or not. Thunder is really good DP combo. Grappler. And the low starter. Get him, Riptor, get him. Oh, what are we trying to do, huh? Hard knockdown, not even gonna guess. Block! DP? Good check. Sweet. Interesting Thunder. And plus. You were getting hit. Good check. Were you guessing light every time? Hard knockdown. I don't want to do this. Ooh, nice DP. No, we break those. Hey, holy shit! Good break. DP. Yeah, I had a feeling. You're dead! Get out. There's no need to take risk. Sometimes, you know, when they're doing combo. Just get it, it's fine. Oh yeah, I should explain this game a little bit. You guys are seeing a lot of combo breakers in this game, right? It's a staple of this game. This game is known for its combo breakers. You have to react to heavies, if you can, or you have to gas break light or medium. My time is long. And plus. Good break. Nothing. Oh, roll back. Hey, what are you doing? I should really punch him for doing this. Yeah. Big throw. You would do that. Long tail. Good jump back. Medium. You're guessing heavy, would you? Hard knockdown. I wanna do this shit. DP. I press a button. Get ultimate twice. When once isn't enough, you get it twice. Oh yeah, is the game too loud? I feel like the game might be a tad bit too loud. I hope not though. Alright, good shit. Give me a second, I'm gonna go options. Oh, there's no... Oh, there is. There's no like master volume control, but then I realized there is. I have to use like manual volume mixer. Play in like 80%. What? I yip hear you over the yip me? Then I put it like... Kidding sounds fine? Okay, then I put it at 80% then. Or like 85. There. Because the feedback is at red most of the time when game is playing. It scares me a little bit. I was hoping that I might put like a warm-up space to this, but guess not. Why am I making so much sheep feed? Sheep feed. I need some pig feed, a little cow feed. Yeah, I'm playing. I'm playing Heyday. That's right. More pig feed, I guess. I mean, my farm's name is I sell pork. I don't know why. I sell pork. But I don't sell pork. Pork is hard to get in this game. Just sleeping? Okay. Feels like I have too much corn. How is it even possible to have too much corn? Holy shit. I sell pork. Yeah, that's the name. No, don't ask me why. Oh shit.
Riptor.
I only play a Riptor, so I hope you guys don't mind since I don't really play this game as much. I like Duki. Let's do a random. Yeah, choose away. Good choice. All the stage is great in this game. But pros will always choose Devil's Landing. Mirror Steam, let's go. Stinky. Oh. I must like it sound whether or not to make it before bed. Alright. Why are you spamming? I mean, I know why you're spamming. You're bronze rank. I feel so bad. There's actually new players in this game. Just block, please. Oh shit, good blocks. And good breaks, holy shit. Damn. Don't do setups against them. They're not gonna, like, eat it. Yeah. Damn, I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. Why did I get power against a bronze player? That's punishable. Nice low. Why would you they're just smashing. Don't mind me do some damage here. Oh yeah, we love that. Block! Block! I feel terrible. Hi Kim Studios. Yo, Chris, right? Chris or Newt? I mean, Kim Studio has 2 kobolds in there, right? Hello. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing pretty nice. I'm currently Chris. Okay. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Happy kobold yips for all. Yip, yip. We like yipping. A yipping is nice. Yipping is fun. Oh. Ow. Oh yeah, I saw Nan streaming again. It's good to see her back. Like I woke up this morning, it's like, oh god, is that Nan? Oh my god. My barn is full. I'm playing Heyday. I don't know why I'm playing Heyday, but I'm playing Heyday. Another Thunder, okay. I want Yoshi. Yoshi. Been pushing him to get back into the swing of it again. Oh. Nice, nice. It's so nice to see Nan again. Such beans. Big hugs for Nexus. What? What? Me? I want hugs too. Oh. You know about this? You don't. You was smashing. Hey, don't mash. You know about this? Aha, don't press the button. You were just trying to break everything, weren't you? Oh. Nope. Armor! DP? Oh, Hisako's team is so good. Ow! Oh shit, I didn't react to that. Nice overhead. I'm plus. Gonna get this swinging. DP? Bad punish. No DP. I was baiting it. Stop that shit. Do you know about this? You probably do. Help! Get down. We take those. I've been hit. Thank you, Nexus. Big grippy hugs for TRT. Thank you. Hugs good. I like hug. Hug good. There's so many Mashin players that is at gold rank. This is concerning. Can't punish that. Really? I'm plus. Low. Fireballs. I'm not gonna do setups. Not necessary. Oh my god, you were spamming it? You could play that game. Get down, bitch. Oh, help. Oh, nice delay. Nice. Like. Whoa, that invulnerables? Damn. Oh, ass. You were trolling! Get out. Nice backdash, that was doable. Yeah, you wanted it, don't you? Hey! I want a refund, god damn it. My god, look at the potential health! It's gone! Neutral jump, baby. Setups. Block. Yeah. Setups. When they're getting hard knocked down, they love to DP there.
Awesome victory!
Just gonna bait the DP out and it's all good. I get it, I wouldn't want to get up the jalapeno sandwich and oh. I'll pass. The narrator is so over the top and all for it. I know, right? It's what made the game so hype. Combo breaker! And then the counter breaker is even more hype, holy shit. Yeah, I love this game. The narrator is like MVP of this game. Well, not really MVP. Just everything about this game is actually great. But it's because this game is not very well known around the Southeast Asian area. So every time I play this game, the connection is really bad, and eventually just drives me away, since there's no one nearby that plays this game. And every time I play online, it's gonna be like, it's either half decent or terrible connection, because every time I play against someone in this game, it's like very far away. But the game still works, so it's a miracle. I'll take it. Combo breaker, counter combo backhand, backhand. Right? It's pretty disheartening in some cases. I love the game. I really do. At the very least, you can play some peeps. Like I can hop online. It's just that a lot of people is gonna hate me for it. I remember last time when I played this game. Oh, it's this Sable Wolf again. Alright, let's have a run back. Last time I played this game, a Killer Instinct streamer raided me because they fought me in ranked match, and then they hated me for it. It's like, what the fuck? And I explained that, oh, I'm in Malaysia. It's like, okay, yeah, that's fair.
Fight on.
They were like, the connection is dog shit. What are you doing? It's like, okay, I'm in Malaysia. Come on. It's like, yeah, I can see why. And they were nice enough. Are you a different Sable Wolf? You were the same Sable Wolf. Sit-ups. Too much. Good break. Oh! Now we break those. It's the same Sable Wolf. Low. Good block. Hey, hey! Okay, so they know what I'm doing. Stop that shit. Nice. I react to it. What do you think I'm doing? You're gonna change our game plan, buddy. No immediate wake up? Good call. It's not real. You're dead. Is that elite? I don't know. But this stage is for a character called Arbiter, who is like a Sang Haley. I think that's it. I never played a game, so I had no idea. Oh, I found the punish. You're dead. Don't jump. Take throw. Blink carpet. Block. Wake up. Okay, so yeah, they were waiting for it. Stop. Oh, good call. Medium, medium, medium. Right. They were trying. They were trying. Don't medium. Don't press a button. Don't press a button as a sequel. You were pressing buttons. I'm changing my game plan and you died. I am so mega plus on that. They keep pressing buttons. That's why they died.
Ultimate.
Arbiter is in this. Now you're gonna get this game installed. Ooh. There's a free version of this game, which has like a weekly rotation of characters. Or you can buy this game for... Shit, I think this game costs 119 ringgit. But I don't know how much it is for your currency there. 119 is not that much, to be honest. Yeah, when you learn how people play in this game and then counterplay them, that's fun as hell. That's what I love about fighting games. You learn how people play and counter the shit out of them. Fighting games is great. I don't like how my barn is constantly full. I'm playing Heyday again. $213, $250, $238. I need. Oh, we're getting a run back again. All right, let's see if you learn. Let's see if you adapt to my game plan. How about that? All right, I'm going in edgy. I need the edge. City of Dawn. No, this map's too laggy. Online, there's too many things to render. I know you aren't all that impressive AR, but you send the picture anyway. Oh, too much. You're broken. Nice. Good backdash. That was beautiful. Good break. Setups. Nah, we don't do that shit. Hard knockdown, playing carpet, playing ball. Good break. You're not changing your game plan. You're not changing your game plan. I'm gonna eat you. As Riptor, not me. I don't eat things. I don't eat something like that. I don't eat that. Dangerous. I'm running away at some Final Fantasy 14 while I'm fighting here. Nice. We can fight together. Albeit the fight between Final Fantasy 14 and this is a little bit different, but... Stop jumping! Hey! What are you trying to do? I'm not even trying to break you. Don't respond! Good grab. No. Hey, careful. To the corner you go. Can't knock down. I'm plus. Buns, sweet. I learned how people play. I forgot about Glacius. Remember loving him in the arcade version. Oh, Glacius is very cool. But there was one time... Oh, commercial. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Then I'll reply to it. Sorry about the amount of commercials. But thank you for going to the commercials for me. The commercial sucks, but it definitely helps a lot. Welcome back. Yeah, I was talking about Glacius. Glacius is very cool. I love Glacius. I love pretty much every character in this game, but there was at one point because there were too many Glacius main in the killer rank, and I'm a Riptor main, and Glacius is a counter pick against Riptor, and the shoulder charge is very strong, unpunishable. So at one point, that I got so mad at the game, I stopped playing it because of Glacius. But I think it was like last year, somewhere around last year, Glacier's shoulder charge got nerfed. So it's like, oh, the game is back. Let's go. After 10 years, the game got a balance patch. I cannot believe it. It's still like Glacius as a character though. But going against Glacius with Riptor is tough. It's very tough. God, my silo is too full. Oh. David Gangsta. Gangsta. Hope y'all don't mind that I just keep going for Riptor. Riptor. I like the tutu. I like the tutu Riptor. Look at that. Look at that cutie. Spinal. You mean business? No, we punish those. Bad punish though, but it's fine. Don't respond. Hard knockdown. Block! Good break. Check. Good check. Spino is such a unique character because Spino is a projectile rushdown character, which I think is very cool. It's so hard to get it going, but once you get it going, it's insane to deal with. Good break. Go to the corner. You get a block. Yeah, Spino, right? Spino is the coolest character. Well, not as cool as Riptor, but coolest character. Okay, you know what? Riptor is the best character. And then Spino is the coolest character. That, and I remember Hisako being real spooky. Oh, the ghost waifu? Yeah. I used to main her, but her gameplay just doesn't really suit me well. I love a good rushdown character, and Riptor is a huge rushdown character. And being a Raptor too, that's a win-win in my book. But yeah, Hisako is like, so good, so good. The character design in this game is heckin' amazing. Amazing. I love it, I love it. I love him, I love him. They nailed it, the character design. And then my counter characters, yeah. Hey, that's respectable. I don't like to read people with counters, so I need to like kill them before they can counter me. That's my game plan anyway. That's why I love rushdown characters. Why is my silo so full? Oh, okay, I see. I have too many corn, I have too many wheat. I need to take care of my silo. Maya? Shit. Bluetooth. That's why I cannot bait them without Kobo Boot. Dangerous counter. Kobo Boot. We love Kobo Boot. Oh, with our Kobo Boot. Why? Kobo Boot, why? Yeah, Hisako's count is very dangerous. It's an opener. And then in instinct mode, Hisako's counter Hisako will counter on frame 1 both highs and lows. So it's like, yeah, it's pretty good. This Maya looks like she means business. Hard knockdown. Playing carpet a little bit far, but I just want to bait this. Good blocks. Blocking. Nice. I'm gonna block more. Eventually I'll lose patience. Good stuff. Manual. Carry. Hard knockdown again. Playing carpet. Playing ball. You're gonna block. Good call. I have no shadow meter. Good break. Beautiful. Why? I'm not even trying to break you. Do you know about this? Oh, you just don't care. Okay, I see. Destroy! Medium? I'm not gonna break that. It's not gonna do a lot of damage. Wake up. Plus pointy stabby stick is fun. Yeah. The pointy stabby stick. We stab it and then we win. Oh, it's a gold Maya. No way. I mean, I guess people don't know the Riptor matchup. Like, I don't know about any other characters matchup, to be honest. I can delay. Yasa. Don't press button. Told you. Good break. Good jump. Go back to the corner. Medium. Uh-oh. We break those. I have to do this because the instinct meter is like going down. I have to waste it. Astigma. Shut up. Shut up. Oh, they don't care after that. You were guessing heavy all the time, weren't you? Ow. Nah. A stigma. Medium. Good break. Good. They always jump. We love Hisako's Naki Katana. One health in a dream.
Ultimate.
See, I always love a situation where I'm one health and a dream, and that dream might come true someday, and that will be the hypest thing ever. A comeback will always be the hypest thing in fighting game history. I think I'm close to kill the ring. I'm surprised that I keep winning. Alright, heyday. I need to take care of my farm. I should probably like plan those that needs a lot of time. I have too much pumpkin though. Why would I want more tomato? More sugarcane? I don't know why I enjoy Heyday so much. It's just something about managing a farm, I kinda like it. But I don't like to manage a real life farm, I'm lazy. Oh, it's the Maya again. Alright, see if you learn how I play. Because I sure as hell learn how you play, you keep pressing buttons. If I do plus frames, you are dead. And I know just the thing. Since they never block. Let me show you this. It's the same case with that Save World player that I played before.
Fight on.
Oh my god, Riptor is so adorable. Watch out. You might get cut. You might get cut too. Hey, skip my intro, you're dead, bitch. Medium? Medium? Too much medium. Oh, you're reacting. Uh-oh. Medium? Oh, that's breakable. Wrong. Oh! No follow-up? Oh, I got hit by the slowest overhead! I'm a fraud. I'm a hunt! Alright, look at this. They never block! They never block! Oh shit. Tried. You're always breaking heavies now, aren't you? Good break. I mixed myself up! Good shit. Don't press button. Don't press button. Don't press the button. See, they keep pressing, I told you. Me with my minor in mycology is the only extent through which I'm willing to go any sort of thing. Plus, just keep feeding the mushrooms what they want is easy enough. But mushrooms are very adorable though. I don't know why, just the look on mushrooms is kinda adorable. I like them. Oh, medium? Stop with the medium. A Sigma? A Sigma? Yeah, just do heavy. Just don't do heavy against him. Lock out. You're gonna learn someday. I messed up. I'm just gonna block. Destroy. Ow. Don't press button. Don't press button. Don't press button. Block! You're gonna block! You block that, you win! Do you know how minus that shit is? Minus 200 or some shit, I don't know.
Supreme victory.
I understand that sentiment exactly. It's so fascinating how closely related we are to them. Are we? I actually didn't know. I mean, us kobolds are kind of related to them, I guess. And kobolds love mushroom. I want to collect them. Oh, there's sorry. think it was 2 years ago. I don't know why, but there's a mushroom at the... There's a mushroom growing in the toilet. And I was like, what the fuck? Why is the mushroom in the toilet? At like the side wall, right? The side wall, and then there's like a little crack in it. And then this mushroom coming out. It's like, what? Oh my god, that's so cool. But then it died eventually. It's like, no. It's like a pure white mushroom. There's like flat cap. I know, right? It's so cool. But it's sad that it didn't live. I mean, it's in such a bad place, in a toilet. Oh, killer rank, let's go. This is gonna be my loss. I'm gonna lose this one. Let's go.
Fight on.
Are you the same Maya? Are you gonna kill me because I killed that Maya 2 times? Right, here we go. Watch out. You might get cut. Neutral jump. You know what you're doing. Not a lot of people like the neutral jump. Cross ups. Manual. Messed up the manual. You don't block? I'll do it again, bitch. There we go. Now you're blocking. Overhead. Don't press buttons. I'm jumping. Good break. Good break. That's hard to break. Neutral jump, baby. Oh, I thought you were gonna instinct cancel. Good. I want the damage. Grab. Good. Oh my god, I was so lucky. Oh, get out of here, killer rank! Fun fact, Newt and I live near to the largest mushroom in the world. Oh, in fact, the whole national park is built around. Oh my god!
Ultimate.
I kinda want to see it though. Yeah, the Spinal soundtrack is good. The soundtrack in this game is just top tier, not gonna lie. Mick Gordon did a good job. Nice low. Light, alright. I can take that damage. Good break. Yeah, you were guessing break there, huh? Oh, I thought they're gonna instinct cancel. Oh, that's a heavy, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Oh, damage! Nah, get down. No, DP, good call. Oh, my instinct! Ah, good stuff. My instinct is gone. I'll do it again. Make sure! I messed up. I didn't break it in time. We take those. Such a strong Maya, such a strong Maya. I'll send you a picture of us working on it when we go. Oh, we plan on going soon. Oh my god, yes! Yes, please and thank you. I want to see the biggest mushroom. That was intense. Yeah. I don't like one-sided match, but I love a match where I get to struggle. That's fun. You know, that's fun. Although I couldn't complain since one-sided match means that either I win a lot or they win a lot, right? Getting some coffee. Coffee, good. I didn't drink coffee today. I'm surprised I'm still awake. Oh my god, my barn is full, my silo is full. What is this game? Alright, that should give me some space. I feel that I want to feel that I deserve the win versus just an right? It's like a win well earned versus a win that's just a steamroll. I want people to make me feel like I deserve the win. I want that struggle, and then emerge victorious towards the end. It's like the best feeling.
Fight on.
Yo, changing main, let's go. Alright, let me see your new strategy. This was the Maya player. Not the killer rank, but the gold rank Maya. Go insane. Good break. Don't press button. Do the same. Don't press button. You're gonna block. You're really gonna block. Nice. Yeah, I should not change my strategy. I actually did it? That was insane. Yeah, there's no need to change strategy when they don't learn. Right? Because I changed my strategy once thinking that they might learn. They don't. Keep it simple. It's wild because sometimes all you need to do is block and win. That shit is minus so much. Oh, nice. I crossed myself up. Alright, blender. Not much of a blender. Good break. That was bad. I don't know why I did that. Uh-oh. Oh my god, I mixed myself. Good break. Good break. I don't know how I did that, but I did it. It was such a fast 5-hit move and I did it. Just gonna press it preemptively, huh?
Supreme victory.
Sometimes you don't need to change your strategy. If the strategy works, just keep going. Oh goodness, my bar is full again. Oh, I can upgrade my... Nice. I just upgraded my barn. That felt so good. I think I'll play Killer Instinct for a little bit more. Yo, Killer Rank, let's go. I'm gonna get beat up. Beat me up. Let's go, Yoshi. Oh, this is a pro. This is a pro. This is a pro. This is a pro. They chose Devil's Landing. Devil's Landing is where pro gathers. Grab, okay. Grab, alright. Plus. The break. Break. A good block. I press button. I messed up. I want the shadow meter. Good grab, good grab. Do you know about this? They probably do, it's killer rank. But they didn't expect it the first time. Oh, what a grab. Anti-jump grab. Oh, I tried the backdash! I tried to tank it too. I'm getting schmixed. Oh, good wing kick, I'm dead. Good shit.
I'm afraid your path ends here.
Why do you have double voice? Nice, nice. I need to learn against this person. They grab a lot, so let's try to tag it. And install. Welcome back. Welcome back, Chris. I don't... Hard knockdown. Good one. Bad trade for you. Good break. Good. Nice overhead. I'm not breaking it. Setups. Oh. Yeah! Good instant cancel. Nice. Good medium. Nice. Huge respect for this person. Let's go 1-1. 1-1. Oh, let's go. We have a chance, we have a chance. Messed up. Oh. Good call. Frame trap. No. I need to remember they keep doing that. Good trap. Frame trap. Jump. Oh! Good call. Running away. Okay. Okay. Frame traps. That's breakable. I messed up. Nah, free. Let's go! Get out! Get out! Oh my god, that was so good. We take those, we take those. I love delaying. I heckin' love delaying linkers and doubles. Oh my god, that was so good, that was so good. Nice Jago, goddamn. Yeah. It was insane back and forth. They know what I'm doing. And I sort of know what they're doing in that first 2 rounds. And towards the end they brought even more. They brought even more setups. And it's like, oh god. Oh god. Jago plays with grab or DP. Because you're so afraid of the DP, you have to block. But when you're blocking, you're susceptible to getting grabbed. So it's like a sort of a 50-50 mix-up. Final Fantasy fanfare. The win. Hard-earned win. I love that. Yeah, but I feel like playing Killer Instinct is the most tiring game ever. Alright, let's go, run back.
Riptor. Fight on.
Let's go, run back.
Ready. Fight. Combo breaker.
Good grab. Oh, I almost attacked it. Oh! Good DP. Woo! I can smidge to death. Nice overhead. Woo! The smidge. Really good. Good low. Nah, I saw that leg. I saw that leg. Good break. Anti-jump grab? Damn. Anti-jump low? Damn! Saw that coming. Obvious. Oh, wind kick. Oh, the health gain. Damn. Anti-jump. DP. I pressed that. That's right. Oh, good grab. Nah. I got hit so hard on it. Oh, good stuff. Good shit. I thought that gives something. The shimmy is insane.
Awesome victory.
That is some good ass shimmy. The back and forth. We love shimmying. Shimmy. Good stuff. Oh, nice. I thought they were gonna break that. Health gain! I pressed one button. Nice. Plus. Good break. I want the kill. Okay. Oh, dump, bro! You asshole! Good shit. Nice. Good leading. Good DP. Shimmy. Good check. Nice overhead. Oh! I'm dead. We take those. Get out of here. Oh my god. Oh shit, man. Oh shit.
Awesome victory.
Oh, there was commercials? Oops. Hopefully I'm back from it. Big grab. Tick throw. Oh, nice overhead. Shit. Getting schmixed to death again. DP? Nah. Oh, wait, I want a refund. Goddamn. Ah, nice, good stuff. What? Double. It's an actual strategy. Good stuff. Plus, they messed up. I tried! Trying to grab me, were you? Nice. Damn. Ah! Good stuff. Not dead yet. Oh, anti-jump low! Good shit, that was beautiful.
I'm afraid your path ends here.
Damn, and empty jump low. This guy's good. That was beautiful. Good shit, I lost. God, I have the biggest smile on my face. That was so fun. Oh my god. Oh, welcome back from commercials. I mean, I'm sorry you have to go through all the commercials, but thank you for going through them for me. They help. They really help. I believe I showed the statistics before. And the statistics on the payout for ads. I hate ads, but I hate to say it, but they do help. Cannot believe it. Yeah, I want to find that Jacob again. It's so much fun. Needed a break a little bit. There, I never mentioned how tiring Killer Instinct can be, right? Playing Killer Instinct for 2 hours feels like I went to a mental gym for 10 hours. I don't know what that means, but it's very tiring. Whoa. Killer Kimwoo? Shit, let's go. Alright, I'm going into 2. Because in this game, there's never a break. It's not when you're getting comboed, you can rest a little bit. No, even if you're getting comboed, you have to think about everything. So it's like shit. Super intense. And I love this game for it.
Fight on.
Damn, nice Kimu. Never really fought against a Kimu before. And a killer rank Kimu, I'm a little bit afraid. But I'll see what I can learn.
Ready. Fight.
Apple's gone.
Solid.
Oh. Medium. Heavy. Oh, I didn't react to heavy. Oh my god, damage!
Monster combo.
Are you there? What? You were doing so good though.
Triple combo. Triple combo. Triple combo. Triple combo. Triple combo. Triple combo.
Triple combo.
Triple combo.
Triple combo. I messed up. Good. Plus. Oh, they can just ignore pressure like that. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what they want. Nice. Now we want the corner. Okay, there we go. Whoa, I forgot about that. Ah! It's a medium! I got you baited! Oh, damage! Oh my god! Oh, what? That was not a parry. That... Oh my god! What is going on? Nice overhead. Damn! I don't know what the fuck is going on. Good Kimbo, that is so confusing.
You can't run from fate.
So they can dragon cancel almost out of anything.
Awesome victory.
Love the fact that the character is swinging nunchaku. Yeah, Kimbo has a dragon spirit, which is why I bought the character in the first place. But I don't like Kimbo as much. It's hard to play. Kimbo requires too much brain power. You're ducking all the time, were you? They know that they can just jump away. I good shit. Fly, baby. Oh my god, I don't want to do that. Oh, good shit. Damn, what a read! This kid was stalling. Fair enough. Overhead, nice. There goes my instinct meter. Nice. Push back. What? How the hell am I locking out all that? Wait, they can they can parry, and if it's fast enough, I'm not. I need to break some combos. I cannot just keep doing that. Get down. Ow! Ow! Oh my god! Oh, nice. This guy is really good. I deserve this loss, and they deserve that win 200%.
But you should have tried.
Kimbo is so confusing to deal with, because when Kimbo is in Dragon, in Instinct mode, she can Dragon cancel even in between combos. So it's like, oh shit. Very dangerous. Very nice Kimbo. That was beautiful. Hi Evie. Wow, cute kobold. There's another cute kobold there. And Chris is here. The Kim Studios. Also very cute. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna play for a little bit. I cannot play Killer Instinct for too long. I feel like I'm old. Oh, it's the Maya again. Alright, I need the edge. I need the edge. Give me the edge.
Fight on.
Stinky. And Kobo Stinky. Not this Kobo though. You know you don't have daggers now, right? Good break. They always jump off the. Shit, nice. Alright, stop jumping. To the corner you go. I'm a hunt. Come back this time.
Why you bullying me?
Alright, let's see if this still works. Oh, they changed their strategy. Good lord. That was a medium. Damage. Get down. You cannot just keep doing that. If I do it fast enough, you cannot just DP out of it. Why you bullying me? I'm not bullying anyone.
Supreme victory.
I'm not bullying. Well, maybe I am. I need to let them know that they just need to block that attack. Stop jumping! Ah. Did you know you have minus there? Don't press button! Don't press button! A Sigma! I'm a hunt! Oh, you just disregard that whole thing, huh? Achoo, it's a medium! Nope. Not anymore. A Sigma. A Sigma. Damn, look at the jab. Oh my god, I feel so bad. Block, you can block. Block an attack and you win, literally. It's someday they're gonna learn, like someday they're gonna be like, oh right, I can block that. Yeah, that tail flip, by the way, is minus 2000. Well, it's an exaggeration, but it's super minus. So when you block it, you literally have like, you can go grab a coffee and come back, and you still have time to punish that move. So that's why the tail flip has like 3 different versions, but usually I just use light and heavy version. Light is usually a version where it just catches people pressing buttons. And the heavy version is a cross up. So after a flip out, I just do light or heavy version. Heavy version will cross them out, and they have to block the other way, which is very... it's close to unreactable. It has to be a read. Right? My goodness. My goodness gracious. Maybe they just don't know about Riptor matchup, because I don't see Riptor as much on ranked. If at all. I'll play like 1 or 2, then I go for Tekken. Oh my god, speak of the devil, we have another Riptor. Let's fucking go Tutu. Purple, oh, purple Tutu. Gosh, I want that Tutu too, look at that, it's so adorable. It's a cute Tutu.
Fight on.
No, god fucking damn it, why? Why would you choose the goddamn Battletoad? Oh my god, it's such a... it's an annoying character to deal with. Alright, here we go. Charge! Alright, you're gonna press buttons, won't you? Let's try it. Yep. Because you're a Battletoads. Why would you not press a button? Delay. I'm plus. You're gonna block it. You're gonna block it. I'm plus. I know I can do this because you are Battletoad, and Battletoad tend to press buttons. That's a perfect and a half. It's not a perfect. Oh, they hit me once, right? See if they learn this time. I'm still gonna use the same strategy until they block it once. Then I'm probably gonna mix them up. Big jab. Oh yeah! What is that crossed up? Press it open. They never block. Such is the matchup. You don't block, you die. But if you block against Riptor's attack, Riptor dies. It is just as simple as that. That's why Riptor needs to rush in and mix them up. And Grandpa fell asleep again. It's okay. If you need to sleep, definitely. And sleep's very important. Just like 1 or 2 more rounds. My brain cannot handle this. I'm old. I'm fucking old. This game doesn't. This game's super tiring because at any point in the game you cannot take a break. Even when you're getting comboed, you have to think about. You have to look at them. See if they do any like reactable shit and break their combo. Alright, see if you learn your lesson. You're gonna block that shit. I'll still use the same strategy. I thought you love Ultra Tech. Kilgore? I guess you are just like a player who plays a lot of characters. I'm sorry, I'm a character loyalist in this game. I'm loyal to Riptor. Damn, Kilgore is very cool though. Alright, see if you learn a lesson. Block! Good break. Shimmy shimmy. Playing carpet, you're gonna block that shit. Block! DP works? Okay, I respect that. Oh, hi, Kafaya. Oh my god, how you doing? DP? DP? You still do it even though I baited out once? Okay, you never learn, don't you? Do you? That's a heavy. That's a medium. Block! You're gonna block, not DP! Cheerleader Riptor, right? You're gonna love Riptor in Tutu.
Supreme victory.
So I hope you're doing good. Oh my god. I miss playing this game, but I cannot believe I came back and then there's so many mashing players. It's insane. I'm very surprised too. It seems like there's a lot of new players. DP? DP? No DP? Hell, you DP! Block low? Jumps? Block low? Block low? DP? Oh no, you're gonna hack and block. Oh, good jump back. Good break. Uh oh, DP? Oh no, buddy, you're gonna do that. Manual. DP? That's very punishable, buddy. Yeah, Kyuko is very cool. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you know, I was being very mean. You know, it was very mean of me to do all of that against them. I respect this decision. Things are on the rough side, but I'm trucking. All the best. You got this. You have my support, silent support. But if anything you want to tell me, of course I'm here. So many unsafe responses to the pressure, right? The tail flip is super unsafe. So if they block it, and I'm pretty much dead. So I don't blame them. You probably whoop him of his favorite character. Definitely not, because that character is like low level. So when I first met this player, they have like a level 50 Riptor, which is max level Riptor, and they play level 46 Rash. Yeah, level 46 Rash, and then they chose Kilgore, which is level 36. It's like, Their favorite character is probably Riptor, you know, max level character. Hi Stinky. Oh, sorry, hi Shredder. Hi Shredder. It seems to be a lot less sun these days. I'm playing Heyday. Heyday is great. Oh, there's also Dragon Village M that I've been playing. I got a 6-star dragon who doesn't look as good. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Stink. Whoa. It's the funny haha noises. Still doing the nerdy grindy thing. Oh. I'm okay.
No.
Oh. I'm still okay. Oh, I'm playing Dragon Village M. 1-star killer? Let's fucking go. I'm gonna get washed. I'm going in doo-doo. Level 50 Arbiter? Ooh. Hey, Arbiter is hard to play. Oh my god, let's go. This card looks so cool. Yeah. Riptor Tutu cheerleader. Oh, that was fast. Oh, shmix. Yeah, they know. Good grab. I need to jump that. Woohoo! Good grab. You gonna grab again? Overhead? Initial jump? Ui, I can react to that. Ooh. Nice cancel. Okay. Woo! Delay. To the corner you go. Good break. I'm jumping. Bad idea. That was a punish? Damn. What the parry? Oh my god, that is sick as fuck. Oh my god, the parry! Yeah, Arbiter in Instinct mode has a parry.
Awesome victory!
DMs are generally open if you wish to know. I got it, but I'll be off and on to watch cheerleader Riptor. Okay. Tick throws. Oh, tick throws is hard to deal with, but it's pretty strong. People hate it for a reason. Good grab. What a cross up! Damn, I don't know how to break that. Oh, I need to dash and grab? Why is it so far? Uh-oh. Other. Bad trade. Nice, I ducked. Nah. I ducked. You played yourself. Oh, nice. That was fast. Good stuff. Oh, you know I can react good shit. Damage. Dosing flame. Good low. Ooh, that's hard to do. You're trying to parry, asshead. Nah, stop. Woo! Get out! Get out! Get out! Oh my god, that was so fun. Damn, our Arbiter is so confusing to deal with.
Awesome victory!
I think they panicked towards the end. The triple jump cross up is a little bit weird. Because our Arbiter's jump is kind of floaty, so it's very easily reactable. Getting saucy with the cross ups, yeah. They showed their card on first match. Funny opponent rank gold or higher for a promotion match. Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool, that's cool. I mean, I was fighting killer 1-star killer rank. But seems like combo game, yeah. I think Arbiter is the flip out mix character. You can flip out mix to a command throw, or you can flip out mix to a low or overhead. I mean, low and overhead is like a basic mix-up, but because Arbiter has like a command throw, if you end a combo, throw a dousing flame, do a flip out, and then you can mix into like a command throw or low into like a combo, and then while in the air, the dousing flame will recapture, and the stuff goes on. But yeah, it looks like Arbiter is like a mixed character instead of like Riptor, who is the damage character. Riptor is like the rush down, huge damage character. Oh no. It's this guy again! They're gonna quit, they're gonna quit. I'm so sorry. You're gonna be my promoter, alright? You're gonna block, man, you're gonna block. Don't quit. If you quit, I get a free win. She needs to house team, let's go. Let's bind us. Block. Good break. Jump back. I'm not gonna break it. I'm breaking it. Block. Good. Stop that shit. Up, no down. Don't want to do that. Fireball. Fireball, save me. Thank you. Block him. Minus. Block. I'm a hunt. Damn, I'm sorry. The more I look at Spinal, the more I'm like, yes, give me my boy. Spinal is so cool. Hi, Tiny Panda. Went to a local tournament and lost all 6 sets. No. Oh. But Panda, you have the bravery to go to a tournament. I think you did a really good job there. You were guest breaking. Need to let you learn now. Oh. Oh yeah, I couldn't react to that. I hope you're doing good. What's coming? Too much. Good break. Hey, you heard that shit? A Sigma can capture that. Ooh. Jump back. Jump back. Block. Block. You gotta block. I will go to tournament and beat them up for Tiny Panda 6 stats back. Wow, I have big baby pals. I mean, I have one too. But yeah, honestly, Tiny Panda, I went to a tournament, Tekken 7 tournament once, and I lost all my stats as well. It's like, but I count that as a win in my personal opinion because I have the guts, I have the bravery, the courage to go to a tournament. I don't know if I can say the same for you, but I sure feels that way for you. It takes a lot of courage. A lot of courage to go to a tournament, honestly. And look at that, I'm killer again. Uh-oh. Hi, Alex. Guys, look, I'm killer again. Look at it. Look at it, I'm killer again. I'm killer again. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing, Alex? Are you playing Fortnite or something else? Fortnite, how was it? Hopefully it was very nice. I'm back in Killer Instinct again. I'm destroying rank because I have bad connection. Well, it's not like I have bad connection. Not a lot of Southeast Asian play this game, right? You have to excuse me because, man. But I think for the past few match, the connection has been not bad. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiura. I'm a co-op, play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. Look at that. And I do art very rarely. Welcome, welcome. Arbiter Chai. Oh my god, look at the licks. The licks. Frog. Is that Rash? Is that Battletoad? Why do I feel like I recognize the second killer? The second killer. I am Carnitas. Isn't that like the ice alien? What's his name again? Sickness? No. Cyclop? No. Fuck, what? What's the name again? The ice alien, you guys know what it is. And that's the Battletoad. I came back to this game and it's all a lot of mashing gold ranks. I'm very surprised. Honestly, I'm just using one single strategy and win against them. Hi, Trash Baby. Glacius! Why do I get like C? Oh my god. Thank you, thank you. Good, Glacius. Also, I don't know what I did, but... Oh. Arbitrage! Oh my god, Arbitrage! Thank you. Oh my god. Arbitrage! Thank you. Oh my god, oh, thank you. Thanks for the gifts up. Being appreciated. Also, thanks for the shout the other day, Trash Baby. I saw that on OBS. I was like, oh, thank you. Cannot believe it. I have to wait again. I want to play the game. Oh my god, this Why is that one so loud? Thanks, Arbitrage. Alright, I'll see if my...
Why you bullying me?
Hi, Cyberwolf. I'm not bullying anyone. That one is pretty soft. Thanks for 20 bits. Oh, actually, thanks for the 20 gems. I'll see if my same strategy works. Honestly, I've been using the same strategy. Stinky! I've been doing combo flip out into instant light version of tail flip, and it has been working. You guys are stinky. Oh, is this person AFK? I hope not.
Fight on!
Oh, thanks for another 20 gems. I didn't see that. Please don't be AFK. Dun, 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 dun. Nice break. Okay, you just break medium, I guess. Don't block. Don't attack. Block. I messed up. I cannot believe it. Damn, I crossed myself up. Oh, nice. Medium? Medium? Nice jump back. Medium? What? Light? Oh my god, it's a wilding saber wolf. Yeah, the corner now they do. Block! Damn. Mashing. Block! See? They don't block! They never block! This is literally the same thing I've been doing towards gold ranks and it's working.
Ultimate.
Although when Saber was wild, then I don't know what to do, so maybe I'm just as bad. Isn't it unsafe? Jump. Shut up! Don't jump. Block! You were spamming medium actually. No. I spam medium too. Never do medium. Never do medium. Actually, why not just counter break? I feel I did counter break that. I did medium again. Block! You gonna block! You gonna block! Oh my god, the cutie boy's blapping? Yeet. Hi numbers. Welcome, welcome. Hope the snake is doing good. I told you, I'm doing the same thing. I'm not even trying to change my strategy. I'm 472, okay. Oh, thanks for the follow, Trash Baby. I missed it. Thank you. Big appreciate. Here, have beans. Yeah. Kira is so cute. I'm sure Numbers is pretty cute too. Or more cool. Cool sneak. I'm awake. Nodded off again. Vicious. It's okay. It's okay to sleep. Important. Nope, not cute. Just a noodle of the fish. I like noodle though. I wish the matchmaking is a little bit faster. Or at least have a warm-up space where I can do something. Instead of just looking at this tree hexagon just spinning around. Dang it. Look at that. That's content right there. 3 hexagons spinning around, that's content. Or maybe not hexagon, just whatever god that is. Tira is the content? I mean, I'm here, so I guess I am. I am the content. Whoa. And guys, I want to play Counter-Strike.
In peril TV.
Yep. And Tira wants to play Counter-Strike. Yep. Yep. Combo yippin'. Yip yippin'. Last night I was playing Counter-Strike with my mid-school friends. And then we were having too much fun. It's okay, I eat and get the old man sleeps. Sleep good. Go get sleep. Yips are cute. Hey, I'll take it. I will take it. I think yips are cute too. I love doing them. And I love hearing them too. See, I don't yip as much. The moment I open up my phone! Okay. The moment I want to play Dragon Village M. Alright, here we go. Yoshi. Yoshi Tutu. Yoshi Tutu. Yoshi Tutu. I want... it's the first time I get to choose a stage, though. I don't know which one I like. I like Chinatown. Just random. All stage is good, and I have indecisiveness. Oh god. The jumps? Your gold ring is spamming light? Good blocks. The grab? Alright, do you block? Oh, damn! I don't know if it's gas break or real. Heavy? That's spamming light. They are not spamming light, what the fuck? Oh god, I cannot. I cannot.
There's two musics. Nice DP. Oh no! Stop with the lights! Block. Good DP. Good grab. We take those. Sorry for the chaos, but good jam. I like the maximum jank. I always love the barcode music. That's a barcode music, by the way. Legendary shiny Uno reverse card. Numbers is cute. They got some breaks in. They are guest breaking a lot. See if I can get some counter breaks in. Good. I press the button. What? That was actually wonderful. Shit, I'm dead. Okay, you're just spamming then. You jump towards me, I'm breathing fire on top of me. Is this like a new meta? Wow. So I guess the throw there is safe. Now you're guessing heavy. Nope. They are mashing in a very interesting way, I have to say. Block! Good block! Hey, that's a heavy. Big throw. Yeah! Why are you doing that? Good break. I got greedy. I bullied them towards the end. I absolutely bullied. Let them know. Can I... Any Killer Instinct veteran here? Can I do... Okay, can I do an opener and then immediately input counter break? Can I frame one counter break? I don't know if I can do that. Actually, let me try it.
Riptor. Fight on.
The disrespect. I did disrespect them a little bit. Okay, opener. Oh, I actually can. So first frame counter break is a thing. Yeah, I can just do that. So if people are actually just guessing break, mashing break, then this is a good option. Just do this. Alright. I didn't know I can do that. After opener just immediately counter breaks. Alright, good to know. I'll play a few more. Then I'll go to Tekken. This hurts my brain. The Killer Instinct definitely hurts my brain. The constant mental that you have to go through with this game is insane. But it's fun as hell though. Right, let me play some Dragon Village M. Need to get my dragon big and strong. I'm gonna need a lot of this. Repeated battle. Boom. I'm just gonna let it farm there. Yeah, that's how you play mobile game. You do something as the main thing, and then you let the game put there, and then the game do its own thing. That's how you play mobile games. Hell yeah. Yip 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 yip. Oh wait, I saw a post that I definitely want to share. It's this one. Oh yeah, you guys gonna see it. Forgot. This one. It's just so adorable. I can't. Came home drunk last night and got way too excited to see my kobold. This is the most adorable thing ever. Like Nick Possum does the most amazing kobold art, and then Sushi Dragon is like also amazing dragon as well. Shit. All right, here we go. Shago? Oh god, I'm gonna quit the game now. I will quit the game because it's Shago. Thanks, they left. Hey, thanks for 3 points. Wait, can they hear me? I thought I already disabled my mic though. Yeah, it's off. They should not be able to hear me. Oh, that's AI. I want to play the game. Oh, actually, I didn't think about this. It's 3:18 p.m. here. What's the if it's 3:18 p.m. here, I think on the US side it's probably gonna be like midnight, right? It's either 13 hours difference or 12-hour, 11-hour difference, I think. No one's playing. I must be like the rare breed of Malaysian who loves Killer Instinct. And who not only who loves Killer Instinct, but who also love to play Killer Instinct online. I think I'm the rare breed. Like mana saya tahu, macam mana saya tahu. Suka lah saya Killer Instinct tapi tak ada people main. Kenapa? Saya tak tahu juga. Yeah, Killing Instinct is cool. I love Killing Instinct. The rare kobold, and the red kobold. I know whenever I play fighting game, I'll always mention this little story of mine, where in Malaysia, at least around my friend circle, a lot of people are saying, a lot of people are like, because I'll ask them, I'm a gamer head. I play games. I am chronically addicted to video games, right? So I was like, hey, you want game naman? I asked them, do you play games? And I was like, and then they were like, yeah, I play games. I'm a gamer. It's like, oh shit, cool, hell yeah. Now one game now. And then I asked them, hey, what sort of game do you play? Dota, LOL, Mobile Legend, Overwatch. It's like, hiya. 你阿妈一张红，你这个叫 gamer 我都不明白了，是不是？Man, it's like I mean, sure, yeah, gamer, alright, okay. Tobin. Alright, it's the opponent. It's fine. They don't know the mic is on, so I can mute opponent. It's totally fine. Not big deal. Just respect their privacy. Yo, golden Maya, Astral Plane. Astral Plane is a cool map. Watch out. Okay. Good call. They know their minus. Do you know about this? They probably do. They're just not ready for it. Not too much. Oh, you're a high blocker. Patient player, holy shit. That's amazing. Watch your toes. Watch your head. Good jump. Yeah, oh, good confirm. Heavy. Good shit. A very patient Maya, it's so rare. They are blocking. I don't dare to do my setups against this person. Backdashing? Why would you want to get away from me? Right, I'm a rushdown character. I'm plus. Setups. Nice jump. Good call. Oh, you did. Whoa. Good draw. Good call. I tried throw. Nice. Confirmed? Oh, almost. Where's my... What? I keep messing up my linker. Get down here, come on. I messed up my linkers so much. As much as I like KI music, this stage tries way too hard to be Mick Gordon. Oh, you mean Gargoyles' theme, huh?
Ultimate.
I can see what you mean, yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. Here's the thing, Riptor is mid-tier when the outrageous normals and rush them. Hey, if you don't know the matchup, Riptor is SS tier. If you know the matchup, then it's probably gonna be a little bit harder. Like so far the players that I played against, I think there were only 2 players that is like killer 1-star rank that knows what Riptor can do. So I have to play very carefully. Like there was one killer rank who is like always watching me, and whenever I do like the Predator stance light kick, the blast frame, they're so ready to shadow counter the next attack, which is kind of scary. Huh? How is that even possible? 34 star gold? I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead. Alright, you know what? Let's go. We mean business here. You're 34 star. I'm bringing all. Oh, you can cancel that. Oh shit. Nice guess break. You know the grab. Nice medium. Nice. Ah. Good check. I tried to jump. Good command throw. Insane resets this person has. Good grab. That's an opener. I press button. Good. Grab. Reset. Nah. Oh, it's a parry? I thought it's an attack. Okay, damn, so hard to go. It's so hard to get a hit in. The grab! Good shit. Oh. Oh, good shit, that was beautiful. That is so fast, I cannot react to it. Alright, I got this. I got a health bar. Against a 34 star player? Goddamn. That overhead is outrageous. Good check. Oh my god. Good low. That's a cross up? I can acknowledge checked. Too early. I pressed one. I'm stupid. The resets, holy shit. Hey, 34 star, well deserved. Look at how they play. Insane. Good jump. Oh no, that lost. Cross up. Good call. Woohoo! Cannot jump that. Hard knockdown. Woohoo! Holy shit! Can I press the button against that? Beautiful, beautiful. I'm getting mixed to death and I deserve this. Fuck yeah, that's amazing. I didn't know you can play Hisako like that. All the resets, man. It's not just mix, it's resets. It's insane. It's okay, the power of the dress carried me a little bit. I got the first match. I got a 1 health bar. I count it as a big win. Now I want to play more. Okay, just play a few more. Just play a few more. Let's fucking go! I will learn your shit. Let's go, let's go.
Fight on.
I will learn your shit, come on. No, plus frames on the neutral. And the overhead as well. Correct? Ooh. That is so fast. What kind of execution there? Oh, that's a cross up. Oh, I blocked that. The reaction on this person is insane. You let me tell you what I mean. Good call. Good punish. I tried. Nice low. I'm looking for medium. Oh shit, that's a medium. I pressed it too early. Anti-jump low, anti-jump grab. Good shit, I'm dead. I'm not dead yet, I'm jumping. Oh, that is so fast. I can see, the thing is, if I can react to the overhead, that would be nice. I can learn your shit. I will react to the overhead someday. Good grab. It's a command throw too. Opener. I chipped too early. Damage! Someday. There's a cross up. No. Nice. Oh. I cannot react to that. It's super fast. Wait, you can cancel parry? How does that work? That was a down medium punch I saw. I thought I mistaken it the first time, but no. I pressed button. Good delay. Nice. I'm dead. Ultimate. Good shit. What a beautiful Hisako play. That's my question though. Yeah, good defense, and there was one interaction that I got very curious. Is it because of because of the bar that's maxed out? You can cancel down medium punch into a parry? I'm going to the lab. That was very eye-opening. That Hisako is just good in everything. That is amazing. That is fucking amazing.
Hisako. Fight on.
Oh, wow. So I saw this came out, and then it became a parry. Yeah, that's why. It's the thing, the bar thing. I was right. You can cancel it. Look at that. My god, that is eye-opening. So you cannot just really wake up DP against Hisako, because even though Hisako do this, if Hisako will have just as enough time to react to your wake up DP. That is insane. That is actually insane. I did not know that. Hi, Percival. Yeah, if Hisako is in Instinct, I believe. It parries both low and high, I think. That parry on Gale is such a nasty option to select. I know, right? If people dare to fucking wake up DP your ass, you can just cancel attack into a parry. How do I check this? How do I start and stop recording? Is there a button for it? Sorry, that's Tom. Is there a button for it? So I just do this or this? Wait. Now I cannot control my playback. That is so weird. Okay. Okay. Yep. That's a standing parry. Yep. So Hisako in Instinct, any parry will parry both options. Will parry both lows and mid. Fuck me, that's actually pretty good. I didn't know. There's so many things I'm learning. Okay, that's good. Hope you're doing good, Percival. So I have to play a lot more reserve when going against a Hisako. I cannot just go like, oh, oh. I cannot monkey brain or cobalt brain. I'm playing my phone game, and then I got a jewel dragon. The game is Dragon Village and there's so many dragons here. God, whenever I talk about mobile games, it just makes me sad because there will never be a game that is as good as Dragalia Lost. Honestly, there will never be a game that will be as good as Dragalia Lost. It's too good of a game. And then the game is gone. Maybe I'll play one more, then I'll probably go take a nap. Probably. Oh. Oh, it's this amazing Kim. Okay, let's go. I fought against her once. Sorry, I'm not a Hisako main. I was just in practice mode. What? What? They're ready to give me the win? No, I don't want to win. I want to play. God damn it. I don't want to be here. I'm pissed. Angry kobold noises. Bonk bonk them. I don't want to be here. I want to play the game, not looking at this screen, waiting for a match to come by. Leveling up my bookshelf, my treasure chest, my table, my spring water. I get diamond every 360 minutes. Almost had you. I just love Riptor and Tutu. So adorable. So adorable.
Fight on.
Oh man. Alright. Oh man. Oh man. Uh-oh. Wait. Are you busting? Okay, this is a masher. I went to the lab, bitch. Nah. The amount of lockout. Damn, they don't care. Oh, Dokken! Bye bye. Bye bye. Uh oh. Isn't it breakable? I got schmixed. Mash out! I don't know if you've been keeping track, but I finished a full playthrough of Dragon Survival in Minecraft. You can finish a full playthrough? Oh, or do you count like killing an Ender Dragon as the finished playthrough? Cave dragons are absolutely busted. I love Forest Dragon though, but it's really hard to find food. Never tried cave dragons yet. Oh, that was not meaty enough. That's safe? Oh my god, this asshole is doing everything that's good. I cannot believe it. Maybe they know what they're doing. Lock out. Lock out. Oh my god. I suck. Oh no, my shadow meter. I got schmixed. I'm dead. Damn. I mean, am I surprised? No. You think I'd be surprised by that? No way. This is a casual mashing behavior. What the fuck was that? Oh, good shit. That's what you get. You taunt, you get, you... Hey, actions has consequences, man. I actually did double ultra. I'm surprised. Let's go, good shit. He totally deserved that reset. He deserved that double ultra. Ender Dragon, wither in a direct fight, Deep Dark Ancient City. I don't know whether I don't know Deep Dark Ancient City, but I know Ender Dragon. Because it's Tekken. Not 100% achievements, achievables, but I did do all the important stuff. And got to max size? Damn. I think I played for like 3 or 4 sessions, and then I'm still stuck at like... What do you call it? Adolescence? Size? 4, I think. I was at 4, 3, I don't remember. But I was still pretty small. I should totally do more sessions, you're right. Shit, there's so many games I want to play. Especially Tekken and Deep Rock Galactic Survival. I should totally do more sessions. Minecraft... The mod packs should still be there, right? I still have the Overwolf thing. Maybe someday. I'll definitely put it into like my consideration, my considerations, my games that I want to play. I still remember about the game that I want to play. I played through West of Loading, right? And then there's also Shadow of Loading. The game is so fucking funny. I want to play Shadow of Loading and it has a discount right now, but I cannot buy any game because I just bought 3 plushies. I bought 3 plushies and I'm broke. Well, I'm not broke, but I need to be more preservative with my money. Oh, Chris agrees too? Then maybe. I just feel like my Minecraft knowledge. Well, not knowledge, but I think it's just like my Minecraft skills is not there. I die so much, it's insane. But I am making a horde though. It's Cyberwolf! It's the one that just raided in! I know this person. You just raided it with not Alex.
Fight on.
What Killer Instinct game are you playing? This is Killer Instinct. 2013. Oh my god. Frame trap? Oh, nice heavy. Frame trap. Oh god. Fair enough. Oh. Oh my god. Good shit. Ah, Eduken? Eduken? French trap. Yeah, fair enough. I need to stop using the fun against like killer ranks. Oh, you didn't break that. That was misinput. Oh, that's a punish and a half. Spring trap. Oh, that's a punish. Nice combo. Damn, good shit. Play with Orchid? I don't know how to play Orchid. I'm a character loyalist. I only play Riptor. Because I only play Killer Instinct once per multiple months. Dragons get stronger with age? Good grab. Oh my god, you bully! Spring trap. Oh my god, the spacing is insane. Oh, nice. Oh, I tried. Oh. Oh, wow, walk in grab. I tried to jump in. Am I dead? Okay, so that's a punish and a half, right? I cannot do talent rank against Jago that knows how to punish it with DP. It will only trade if I do a fireball afterwards. I understand the plushie addiction, albeit new than I have our addiction with squashmallow pillows. Hey, that's pretty good. GG's good stuff. Very scary, Jago. You bully! That was good shit, though. I don't know when I can take my turn back, so oof, very scary. Good shit though, that was amazing. 14 stars, very well deserved. Do you know how to do the ultra combo when you hit him like 185 times or more? Every character has a different one. Only a few characters can do recaptures. If you have instinct cancel, then you can do one more. If it like most characters have instinct cancel, they can do 2 times. But if you have a recapture, you can do 3 times with instinct cancel. Oh no, I'm gonna quit this game now. Why am I still here? Fuck. I overextended, didn't I? Fucking... Why? I want to fight a Jago. Jago and their grapples are freaking scary. Because the DP, the raw DP do so much damage now, I have to block. I don't think they block, right? Let me try. Oh shit, I messed up. What the hell is that? Oh, good, you know that I reacted. Oh, there's a medium. Gonna break that. Overhead? Damn. Good stuff. Whoa! Instant left and right? It's even worse than... What the fuck? Good break. Nice overhead. Light. Breaking it. Bad punish. This guy knows the game. Oh, there's no cross up. I am dead. I guess braked. What? Oh, shit. Good shit. Oh my god. They like to do round start left right mix, right? Let me try to block that. Let me try to do a hard read. I'm just gonna walk towards them on round start. They don't do it anymore. Good grab. Make sure. Good grab. Good break. Should make sure. Nice. I break that. Good grab. You gonna jump? That was a missed input, by the way. That was a missed input. That tail flip. You know what? It's actually intended. Let's go. GG, bro. Let go, hell. Let go, hell. Don't know how I feel about hell when I'm in. You know what? I'm not gonna think too much about it. I'm lazy. I already have to think so much about Killer Instinct, and I have to think about hell. Ugh. Lazy. Oh, run back? Alright, okay. Riptor Tutu. Supposed to be at the end of that, but nah, it's all good.
Fight on.
Whoa. Shit, General Ram. I don't want to rush. It's the only character I'm so afraid of rushing down now. Holy shit. Why General Ram? I'm scared. Oh god. Damn, alright, okay. Good break. General Ram is so thick. Good grab. Nah. Corner's yours. Good. Ah! Good grab. I was too late. Oh my god, I'm so dead. Oh. Damn, General Ram is so cool. Grab. I grabbed? Oh, it's a punishment. Okay. Hello? Why am I messing up so much of my input? Nice. Whoa, that's a punishment and a half, I think. Oh, damn! Medium version. Please get down. Thank you very much. Damn, Ram is so scary. But Ram is also cool as fuck.
Awesome victory.
Funny enough, I used to main General Ram. Because General Ram is so cool. Do you know about this? Sure you do. Block. I'm dead. Help. Neutral jump. Good break. That was nasty. I was thirsty. Crap. I rarely do that, but it deals so much damage. Ooh. Please go away from me, thank you very much. I never misinput. Good break. Do you know about this? Shmix! Ah! I misinput! There's too many misinputs, why? Also, they try to do the Russian throw too much when I'm just a raptor trying to jump. Zio the Jackal, hi! That was outstanding. Whoa, thank you. Big appreciate. That was outstanding. That means a lot. Oh, you know, since I don't play the game as much, but hey. What? The sun is coming out. No! It's getting hot again. Yip, yip, yip. Oh my god, yip. Yip, yip, Merp. Hi. I've been attached. Merp has been attached to me. There's 2 combos now. How you doing, Merp? Welcome. How's the couple? Also, Merp, look at this. Oh, wait, look at this.
This, man. Look at this, it's so adorable. It's so adorable. Yep. Rotastic, nice, good to know. Just got up though, still a little tired. It slowly does it. Oh, Oh, hey, it's a thunder again. I recognize this thunder. Yeah, that is so precious and adorable. The reaction on the Kobo is just really good. That is the cutest Kobo. Yep. I'm gonna yip and win. I'm gonna yip to victory. Ram? I'll do it again. Hard knockdown. You know something. Why would you break heavy there? Oh yeah, you're mashing, I forgot. DP? Yep. 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 Oh yeah, I forgot. Any opener just into counter break. Really? You would break that again? This guy's fearless. Also, yep, I win.
That drawing is wrong. I don't know where lipstick or drink. I probably would if I drink, but I don't drink and I don't wear lipstick as well. But I just think it's so adorable though. Tira too freaking strong? Yeah, Tira is killering. DP? You need to stop breaking them. You're gonna stop breaking, man. Nice TP. Super Fever! Wow, really? I guess it's just having hard to break. Good crap. Long tail. Nice delay. Good grab. Oh! Oh, I cannot do that though. How much counter break was against this player? At least 5. That's insane.
Ultimate.
I love the announcer. Super Viva. Super Viva. You know when Thunder says it like that, it sounds like those line games that I used to play on mobile phone. It's like Fever Time, and then because it's like Korean or Japanese, they would like Super Fever. It sounds like that. every time Thunder does thing, it's like, oh my god, it's Super Fever. Super Fever. This announcer yelling all the time is a little annoying in my opinion. I mean, it's a fair point of view, yeah. Because the announcer is yelling all the time, but I personally find it very hype. It's like when you do a combo break, you break right, and then the announcer just goes like combo breaker. I did something right. And then you do ultra. It's like I did an ultra, and then announcer's got ultra. Yeah, I personally like it a lot. But then again, it's a very personal thing, so I get it. I'm gonna look at the picture again. I was looking at the picture. Please be a Riptor. I want a Riptor mirror. I want to see double Riptor on the screen. Please. I want to see double Riptor on the screen. Just this once. Double Riptor on the screen. Hello?
Fight on.
I don't get it. Why? I just want double Riptor on the screen. Ugh. I'll kill you. Nice. Nice block. Patient player. Good break. Oh, Super Fever! Nice. Good mix. Armor. Good DP. Good. Oh, it's a heavy. Oh. Damn, nice thunder. Command throw? Alright. They sense my fear. Is that a DP? Corner's yours. Nice thunder. Oh. Let's fucking go. At tier 3. Oh, Tingte, hi.
Almost 3 years, let's go.
Almost 3 years, let's go. I cannot believe I've been doing this for 3 years, holy shit. Thank you, Tingte. 35 months, ooh. That feels plus. It's a command throw! It's a command throw! DP? I want damage. Good call. I'm jumping. Ah, you were doing something. Wow, instant. Ah, medium version. Shimizu. Ultra combo. It used to be like a musical big combo, but you can do medium. You can press 2 medium buttons to cancel the ultra to end early. So usually it's like super long, and then you can do like multiple of them. Here, let me show you. But there's no music in practice mode now. Actually, let me just go on like a single player match real quick. Like a player versus CQ. Then let's fight someone random. Which one is the best theme? I love Kimu's theme. Let's do it. You know what? Just go default music and then just go Chinatown Brawl.
Fight on.
Oh shit, why is it Sadira? Why does Sadira look like that? Who are you? You're not Sadira, oh my god. Niente toro, Watsu webcam-chan. Oh wait, why do you guys see my input? Wakacha. Wakacha. I can react that. The medium seems too fast. Good crap. I'm gonna lose. What is this? Why is the AI so strong? What difficulty is this? Do you block this? Of course you block this. This is AI. What am I thinking? What the fuck is that? Oh my god, that is sick as hell. That is so cool. God damn. Oh, there's a DP. Oh no, wow, goddamn. I think that's medium. I'm dead. Damn. It's just walking to that's toxic. What the fuck? God damn. There. That's the ultra combo. Usually it lasts for very long. That's why the announcer is super hype about it. The AI is not supposed to be this hard. What the fuck? Alright, let's go back. Let me check. 422. It's getting very tiring because of all the all the combo breaks and shit. You know what? Let's change to Tekken 8. Tekken 8 is more execution but less brain power. Let's play some Tekken. I had Fire Killer Instinct. Maybe I should get back to this game a lot more. But every time I say this, and then it will be like another 4 months of not playing this game. Anyway, let me change the title real quick. There's no more Riptor though, so Soria? Soria? Well, not so many people playing Tekken 8. Damn. I mean, on a Saturday? It is Saturday. Nice. Alright, I changed it. I haven't opened up Steam yet. Oh wait, Tekken 8, I have to like revert myself to 2D now because it's too intensive. Alright, give me a second. Let me disable some Riptor. Let me go online. What? Why is Counter-Strike update? Why is there update on Counter-Strike? I'm helping. You are helping. Thanks, Breen. But let me disable some redeems real quick. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. And this one. There. And I need to revert myself to 2D. I need to open up. I mean, you guys are looking at this like firsthand. That's on my end. Oh, there it is. You guys seeing double cobalt now? Double cobalt. Alright. No more 3D cobalt. Cobalt will now become 2D, alright? I am now 2D. I'm flat. Oh yeah, I should change controller as well. This change to my Tekken exclusive PS4 controller. That's on my end. Alright, actually, I also want to go to the toilet real quick. I'll take a teeny small break, alright? I'll be back in a few minutes. In the meantime, I'll let the intro rock. Maybe like multiple times, probably. And wait, here? Here. Where's the game? Okay, there we go. I'll be right back. In the meantime, I'll just let the intro rock a few times, and yeah, I'll be very fast. At least as fast as I can be, alright? In the meantime, take care of yourself, get some drinks, get some snacks if you want. I'll be right back. Oh, did the opening not rock? Here. There we go. Oh wait, maybe I came back at the perfect timing. Alright, I'm back. Uniqlo X Tekken? Don't really like the look on that t-shirt. Cool. Oh yeah, I'm Shinryu. I forgot. Oh my god, I'm Tekken. I think this works. And I think I want to... where is it? Display settings? Screen settings? Yeah, this one. Effect saturation. Maybe I should put it on low. Because I realized whenever I check out my Tekken 8 VOD, it's just a mess of like, you know, broken pixels and shit. It's just the stream feels very pixelated. Let me try.
ready for the next battle.
Maybe I should play some other characters. I'm gonna try Kazuya. Because electrics. I just love doing electrics in Tekken. That's why I play Tekken. Yeah, gonna let it load for a little bit. Ooh, the game's super loud. Oh, I forgot to change the settings. Oh my god, the game is like super loud. Oops, sorry. I'll change it afterwards when I go to the main menu. Oh, it's loud as fuck. Actually, I'm gonna try something. What do you want? It deals more damage? 38. So if you do just frame, it deals more damage. That's not real. I just realized. Ooh, I'm mega rusty. Alright. I mean, I don't think I need to practice as much, but I just want to go to practice mode, look at Kazuya for a little bit, and then try playing Kazuya online. See if I get destroyed or not. Yeah, this should be good enough. Yeah, just now it was too loud. The feedback is not red, it's white. That's how you know it's too much. All Phoenix again?
Gotcha. Get ready for the next battle.
What should I do with Kazuya? I mean, just electric, right? Why? Combo wise? Can I have one Doria? Oh, it whiff. Maybe it whiff. How do you do? Oh, that's hard. What the hell? Yeah, I need to do that. Oh my god, it's so difficult. Maybe just do like this. Good enough, right? And I think some moves I can do. This one? Counter launcher? Oh, is it like... Don't... This... What? This? Ah. There we go. Good enough. And then on the counter hit, down for 2, just... just do this, I guess. Alright, good enough. Just do electrics. Oh my god. Oh! It's hard. Not real. You know what? That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Let's go online and get washed. Because why not? I love Tekken. I love fighting games in general. And when the game rewards high execution, it's just fun. I like it. Oh, Reina.
Get ready for the next battle.
I want to look at more dragons. I'm at Twitter. I'm just looking at dragon posts. A gun with 1 bullet. There's honestly so many good-looking dragon suits out there. It's like, oh my god, I love them. I'll be it realistic one, toony ones, cute ones. They're all
Get ready
great.
for the next battle.
Steve fuck. A lot of people like Steve. I mean, Steve's cool if he keep his mouth shut.
Round 1. Fight.
Back one on round start. Good duck. Nice combo. You keep ducking. Oh, I didn't step. Good mid. It's over! Oh, they like the duck and launch. They like the duck and launch, okay. Oh, I didn't block. Yeah, stop ducking.
Round 3. Fight.
Bullseye. Ooh, nice back one. Upper. Oh, the duck and launch. We take those, get robbed. No, we didn't save, right? Nice. Upper. Upper. Ooh, fair enough. That was pretty obvious. I pressed the button.
Final round. Fight.
Fair enough. Over here. Ooh. Ooh. I didn't duck. I need to stop him from ducking. Or maybe just let him duck and launch. Just be patient. And plus.
You win.
That was a sick punish though. You don't whiff against Kazuya, you were dead.
Round one.
Let's go.
Fight.
Ow. Bullseye. What?
Round two. Fight.
I cannot keep doing that. Upper. I didn't duck. Ow. Finish. Body. I didn't duck. Good shit. I need to duck that string. Nice. Upper. Uppercut. Ooh. Nah. Down 4. Down 4 because I wanna win. Ooh. Why are you kicking? Hey, I'm breaking throws. I'm surprised I'm breaking throws.
Get ready for the next battle.
My electric's not that crisp today. I'm getting a lot of accidental down for 2, which is like minus 13 on block, I think? Can't see it. Can't even see it. Is that a minus 13 or
Get
14?
ready for the next battle.
Purr. Okay, purr. A on respectful. I'm a troublemaker. I'm an S plus troublemaker. I'm the true kobold, I'm telling you. The truest of the kobolds.
Round 1.
Nice paw.
Fight.
Whoa. What? Excuse me? Oh, I didn't break it. Interesting paw. Too far. Too far. What am I doing? Low. Oh no. The moment I press jab, the throw comes out. Really? Okay. Interesting. I press the jab. Oh, get robbed! Actually get robbed! I should stop doing that. It's unsafe. Dominator, let's go. Fair enough.
Get ready for the next battle.
A gun with one bullet. It will forever stuck in my brain. A gun with one bullet. I love it. I love only Kazuya can do this. Hyperventilate. Because Kazuya, when you tap forward, it does a little sidestep on random directions. Which is like super weird. So when you tap forward and tap up or tap down, Kazuya's going go forward. Tor. Wow, what is that? Why is everyone using Wi-Fi? Get out! Oh, it's on defense. No wonder. Okay, block all. What? Great. Nice. Amarika? I'm not in Amarika though.
Get ready for the next battle.
Dragunopu? Dragunov is absolutely OP right now. A lot of people saying that Dragunov is not supposed to be this strong. But here he is. One wall combo can delete your whole health bar. It depends on what kind of combo you do though. Like, if you haven't tornadoed yet and you reach the wall, you're dead. Why is it Amarika with 5 bars of... I'm in Asia too. Excuse me. Heavy hitter, overwhelming, side swapper. I'll see what I can do. I'm overwhelming as well? Tara strong. Okay then. All good, all good. Typo happens. Why is it loading for 10 years? What is this? What's going on?
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, I pressed. Damn, nice combo. Wow, wow, wow. Ay, ay. A poop on my snoot.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, I didn't break that. Oh my god, the lag is eating my input, you fuck! I did a down back 1-2 and they just eat up my input, asshole! God damn, the connection is like shit. Let's do it again.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, nice. I was very minus there. Yeah.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, good grab. What am I doing? Yep, yep, yep. Oh, nice. Oh, that's a punish and a half. Nah, I win. Doria. That was a clown fest. I don't know what I'm doing. Doria. Alright, I need to break that 1+2 throw. Nice. Ooh, that was spectacular. That was not clean. Oh, good call. Damn, nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Is that natural? Whoa. Is that obvious? Oh, I did an armor move.
Round 3. Fight.
Ah shit, it's homing! I'm doing it. Excuse me? Oh my god. I couldn't break that. Oh, nice, I'm dead. Good shit. I need to read the down 2, I guess. Can I step down 2 in a way? I might be able to step down 2, but I don't know. Need to play more Drakunopu. Drakunopu now has so much lows that it's insane. Especially now Dragunov has a hatchet kick, it's a little bit annoying to deal with, but it is what it is. Oh. Whoa.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh no, I didn't lap Victor with Kazuya, but I lapped Victor with Reina. Oh no. Okay, step to the left, step to the left. Oh, to the right, sorry. Is it right or left? Fuck, I don't remember. Left. It's just a chiang. Jari! Forlock. Explosion. Explosion. Jari! Okay, I must block punish Jari. Never duck against Riptor, I guess. Wow, shit. Why do I keep whipping so much buttons? Explosion. Nice combo. Front lock. Why did I play Kazuya when I didn't lab? I mean, Kazuya is cool, that's all I need to know. Utoshi. I'm dead. Thanks, Victor. That Joker is so brutal. Yeah, Victor is like no execution brain dead character, but hey, it's good for newcomers. Yeah, that armor move is like high, super fast, unreactable, cannot duck. If I'm playing Reina, you're so fucking dead. Alright, here we go. Less whining, more learning. Here we go. Less whining, more learning. Let's go. They're playing spacing. They're playing like very passive. Down for 1-2 at least. Oh, I pressed button. 2. Cool gosh. Safe. Oh my god. Rock. Bon appetit. Not the punish. Ah! Okay, I'll take it. How did it whip? Nice. Explosion. Oh my god. That fucking low is so hard to deal with. Oh. That was minus. I didn't break it. Oh, Victor's starting to deal with. Alright. Oh my god. Okay. Less whining, more learning. What do you do? You just keep like... Yeah, you keep maintaining that space, fishing for... Down for 2, I think? That's your plan? Kugas. Bon appetit! Bon appetit! Get out! I'm not hungry. Actually, I'm kinda hungry, but I'm not hungry.
Round one. Fight.
You're fucking low, man. Oh. 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 Oh shit.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, don't forget my down 1+2. It's a good move. Not when they block it like that. I never do low though. How did they even block low like that? Holy shit. Explosion! Wow. Ugh. Fucking hell. The combo truck. Hyper spun. You can hold back that? Oh my god, this game, I swear to god, hyper spun. And I'm losing patience against Victor. No. Hyper spun, I'm stupid. They've been doing their frame trap so many times, why was they getting hit? That fucking low is pissing me off. I cannot believe it. Get robbed! Oh my god. Okay, still have a chance. Alright. Don't let it get into my head. Chill, 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 chill. That low is shit. Stop! Jai! I didn't punish it. Oh, get out of here, Victor! Playing against Victor with Kazuya is so hard.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That low is getting I'm getting my ass whooped by that low. That's too good. My electric is not good today, I feel like. Oh, maybe I have to step the other one. Oh, that's too hard. Sadly, it's time for this combo to go to sleep. Okay. Then I shall be lurking while I'm snuggling the wife. Okay. Have good sleep and have good snuggling. Thanks for hanging around. Appreciate. And Kobo appreciate Kobo company. Have good sleep, Reina. Reina is in pain. Have a nice snuggie. Have a nice snuggie wrist. Forward. Okay. Down forward. Down forward. Alright. Stop here first. 3-1, down forward. Alright, 3-4, down forward. 3-4, down forward, down forward. There we go. That's what I need. Oh, I did it! That's so hard to do, but I messed up the last hit, no? Oh. Oh. I have no one to snuggle. Same. Someday I'll find someone. I'll go to a con and find someone like I want snuggies. Why? Just do that then, right? Oh, here, 2 electrics. 2 electrics, 2 jabs. I have a micro dash. Snuggy suspicious beans? Oh no, why do you have the extra down for input again? Oh no, this control is broken as well? No way! Weird. Drags off the bat with a merp between the thing. Merp's getting dragged away. yeah, this move, that's kind of cool.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh my god, it's Tio. 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 我乃强者 Tio. Round start Tio.
Fight.
Careful. Tio. Good block. Wow, nice. I didn't die. Bad punish. Good punish. Tio! Nice. Hell sweet. Stabaki? Damn! Damn! Oh my god, the pain, holy shit. Damn. Oh! Oh my god, Fang, fuck off. Nice. Tio! Nope. Tio! Nope. I win! I don't even know what I'm doing, can't see it. Promo, let's go, promo. Wee! I'm dead. Wee! Wee! Oop! I didn't punish that, I'm... Damn range. I'm dead. I was minus. Why am I keep pressing? Hi Brecky, welcome. It's plus. Tio! Tio! Wow. You're toxic, dumb poor bitch.
Fight.
Ooh, high crush, okay. Nice. Nice. Back 4. Back 4. Down 4. Oh, good grab. I didn't break it. That was a 1+2, right?
Round 4.
Didn't expect that.
Fight.
Good call. Yeah, mid crush. Yeah. Fucking bang. 我乃最强，我强因为我 Tio， Tio 带我飞 YYDS， YYDS。
Fight.
呀喂！哎，Good no. I press button. Good low. Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, I just enjoy playing Killer Instinct just now, and now I'm playing Tekken 8. Oh, I couldn't react to that. Third hit, I forgot. High crush. It's a punish. I forgot. It's -12.
Round 3.
I cannot do it at point blank. Good tempo. Ah, fuck you, Fang. Oh my god, why are you so good at fucking plus frames? Hi, Tio! Oh, that feels good. Fuck you. Jet. Out back 4, man. Tio! Yeah, Tio! Jab. Fuck you! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hi, Kamala! You fucking tempo. Hill sweep! have a chance. Hi, Kavala. Wanna play together? Play what? Play what?
Fight.
Ew, chui. That was nice. Oh, fucking bang, good shit. I hate you, but good shit. That was beautiful. Oh yeah, you play Tekken 8, right, Kavala? Oh, you wanna play together? Oh my god, oh my god. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's go. How do I think I can invite you, right? I can try creating one. Play a match, create sessions. Okay. I'll do like session name. What if I put like sorry. What if I put like session name as Kavala Cute? Will you like just leave? Okay, no, not Bean. Bean. Brain. Alright, same 24 Gauntlet mode? Yes, okay. So we'll just fight each other over and over again until we're done then, right? None, okay. I invite the Kavala. I'm gonna play Kazuya, hope you don't mind. Keek. Steam friends. Wow, Kuma main? Let's go. You play Kuma? Oh my god, Kavala plays Kuma. I have a pocket Kuma as well. Okay, now let's have a Kuma mirror. How about that? Let's be toxic together. Let's go, Kuma.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hey, let's go. Same picture. Overwhelming side super respectful. Yo, Kavala is respectful. Let's go. Oh no! Why are the ears so big one? Let's go. We love it.
Fight.
Oh, combos. Not bad. That's punishable. That's punishable, Kavala. Oh, nice love. Those are all missed inputs. Go! Wee! I'm dead. Wee! Ah, I didn't break it. Perfect. Oh, nice disrespect. Oh, I can rank on that. Oh, good shit. We love Kuma. We love Kuma. Yes. Yes. Wee. Don't hit. Boom. Electric. Electric! Oh, did you know it can break the floor? Not like break the floor, but you can like... Oh, nice. If you do like a hard-hitting grounded move, you can like explode the volcano. Ass! Plus. Kuma! We love Kuma!
Round one.
We love Kuma!
Fight.
Yeet. Oh, I messed up. Oh, nice armor. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Fight.
Down for 1-2, 1+2 is a really good string if you delay it. Nice. I didn't break it. I cannot break trolls, why? That's punishable. I messed up. I want two. Who ordered the tuna? Kuma did.
Round three. Fight.
Oh. Oh, nice. I'm just hearing a lot of bear noises. I'm so... Oh, I didn't break it. I should be able to break it. Oh, that was almost a punish. Oh, nice mix. Oh, I didn't break it. Good 1+2 throw. Pro games. Yeet. Oh, I almost broke it. I'm learning today. Oh! I'm out of heat. Oh, I cannot step it. I messed up it. Punish. Oh, nice ass. I'm not gonna complain, that's ass.
Fight.
Oh, good grab. Wait, that grab does that? That's actually cool. Yo, nice combo. Yo, Kuma! See, this confirms that Kapana likes big ears. I mean, who doesn't, honestly? I do. I fucking love huge ears. Why not? Your first Tekken game? Hell yeah. Another Kuma? Kuma is just great. Nice ass. We love ass. That's punishable. I need to react to that low. Kuma ball! No. No. Wee! 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 That punch is only heat exclusive. Oh. That was a counter. Oh, I pressed 1+2. Oh. Oh. Wait, how? No. I have to kill you for that. Kill! Oh wait, I'm trying to think of like a move. Oh wait, no. Ah! Oh! Come here! Whoop. Yeah, this is optimal Kuma gameplay! We on my back, ow! Oh. Ow. No. Oh, nice ass. I ducked. Optimal Kuma gameplay. Oh. No. Not bad for Akuma, honestly. Oh, I almost dropped my controller. Oh, come on. You can try. Are you? Why are you using to play this game again? Are you using keyboard or controller? Controller? Let's go, nice. Then if you can, in heat mode, you can do down forward triangle and X together. So in heat, this is the move. And then you can hold it. Oh my god, Kuma has no legs, I forgot. Ow. Oh, close.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. Wait, I think I can punish that. Counter hit. Oh. Wait. Oh, the hit's grounded? No. Oh shit, how did I combo that? Sorry. sorry. I should do that online. Like, do that on ranked. Like, why play normal Kuma when I can just throw? Ooh. Damage on that though. Oh, I pressed the button. Hey, nice. I got greedy. Hoo, hoo. Hoo, 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 hoo. Oh. Hoo. Hoo. Wait, no, that's not it. Hoo. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong button. Hoo. Wait, what's the button again? Is it outback? No, that's not outback. Out to. Wait, no. What's this? Oh, shit! I cannot find the button. Yeah. Okay, so that's punishable. Forward 2 can be punished by downward. Oh, sorry. Forward triangle is punishable by downward triangle square. I assume you're using PS4 controller, right? I messed up. Wait, did. Oh! What? Oh, help. Kuma! Kuma. Oh! Okay, let me change character for a little bit. Let's play. I'll play Kazuya. Tekken good. Tekken fun. And Kuma is cute as heck. Or maybe I should play Panda. You know, why not? Let's play Panda. Let's play Panda.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, Reina, let's go. Reina, very based Kavala. Very based. We love Reina. Also, look at this. Oh my god, that's on my end.
Round 1.
Who's that? That's on Reina. Oh, big body! That scared me. I thought that was grab. Nice. Oh! Good use on the 2-2-1. That's punishable. Kick. Mid. Wait, you can feint that move? Yeah. Sorry, that was raw. Wait, I have Xiaoyi's move. Whee! Whoa. Oh, good crap. I have Xiaoyi's move.
Round 3. Fight.
Wait, that's got break. Panda! It's not launch punishable? I actually didn't know. I'm a bee! Wee! Uh oh. I'm a bee! Wee! I'm a bee! I'm a bee! Oh! I'm a bee! Oh, combo! Combo! What the fuck? I deserve. No. Oh my god! I pressed the button. Why am I getting flustered? Oh, I didn't. I'm a bee! I'm a bee! Oh my god, that's toxic as fuck, I'm sorry.
Fight.
Oh, good call on the low. I don't even know that move. That move that is not known by a lot of people. Oh, it's a natural. Good shit. Reina made in China. Oh shit. Okay, I'll play one more and then let's play Kazuya. Bee! It's so cute.
Round one.
Roxanne, why are you a bee? Because I wanna be. Get it? Get it? I actually made a pun. I could have played. Oh my god. Sorry, that's a stiplet. Oh, nice 2 grab. Also go back forward input. Nice. S. S. Oh, B. B sting. Oh, I pressed 1+2. B sting. B sting. Oh. B sting. I'm safe, right? What? No.
Round two. Fight.
Oh yeah, forward is a good choice of move, honestly. Yeah, use more forward, forward circle. Sorry. Huh. Hell sweep. Sorry, that's not hell sweep. My leg. Wee. Oh yeah, it's a hard break. I forgot. Yay. 1+2. I'm flying. Wait, sit up, sit up. Ow. Hurts. Oh, good grab. Oh, rage damage. Good call. This match in a nutshell. Ass, B sting, ass, Horia, B ass, ass. Oh. Hey, yo, trying to parry me? So spicy. Nah. Oh, nice punish. Oh, thankful. Let me see if I can. What's a tornado move again? I forgot. Go! Oh yeah, I want to. Oh, I think I pressed the button. I think I pressed the button. This yip in the nut yip. S B sting S Soria B yip Soria. Hurt. cannot delay that move. Wait, this is wrong. Misinput. Misinput. I fly. Woo. Oh. I fly. No.
Final round. Fight.
I press one. Excuse me, camera. Oh, I didn't break it. Good. Nice throw. Whoa! Oh no! That's fine. I tried. Oh! Bomber. Jab, 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 mid. Jab, mid. Jab, mid. Sorry, there was a misinput. I wanted to do down 1 plus 2 and then it became a rage art. God damn it, that was a that was a misinput. Oh my god, I hate it here. Wait, let me play as Kaz. Let's have some sibling beatdown. Siblings, right? Because Reina is Heihachi's daughter, and Kazuya is Heihachi's son. So it's a sibling beatdown if I use Kazuya and you use Reina. But of course you can use whoever you want. Kazuya Mishima.
Get ready for the next battle.
I need to train Kavala to do Lai Lai. Train Kavala to do electrics. do wave dash electrics.
Round one. Fight.
I think that's a high. Doria. Oh, you were trying to parry me? Kavala so spicy. Yeah. It's a high, okay. Ikuzo! Doria! 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 Oh. That's a launch. Okay, go.
Round three. Fight.
Okay, that's punishable. I should be able to step that one, I think. Hey, let go. Ooh, nice parry. I love how Kavala already know that know about Lily Cheese. Good shit. And Kavala is off to a good start. The Lily cheese. Very important stuff. It's a high. Hey, let go. Hey, let go. Oh, I think there's a 1+2. No. Yeah. Jab. No. Oh. Why would you blindfold Lily? Now Lily cannot see anything, Kavala. Why you bully Lily? Bully Lily. Because of her father, Sebastian? Wait, no, Sebastian is her. Wait, who's Lily's father again? Shit. Okay, it's a. Yeah, I must teach Kavala that. Hey, let go. Nope. Magnifique. Out to begin. Out to begin. Sorry, that was toxic. Actually, out. Actually, out to begin.
Round 2. Fight.
Hey, let go. Oh, it's a generic throw. Punishable. Oh my god, what was that? What the fuck just happened? That was not right. Something about that was wrong. I need to check the replays. Hi, Overbold. Oh my god, it's been a while. Hi. How you doing? Yo, sweet. Oh, it's so hard to do. Sorry. A Tira, an Overbold Kobold. It's Overbold. How you doing? It's been a while. Hope you've been well. I've been EP my miss having breakfast to your streams. Oh, I'm here now. I'm back. I'm back. That should be punishable, right? There should be plenty punishable. Oh, grabs are homing now, I forgot. Oh, I pressed it too late. What? Wait, the person is dockable? What the fuck? Oh wait, that's a high. Oh. By the way, grabs are super hard to break in this game. Oh, nice. Yeah. To break throws, you have to press either square or triangle, depending on which hand they extend. So square is left hand, triangle is right hand, and then if they extend both hands, then it's gonna be like square and triangle at the same time. within 20 frames, which is like a quarter of a second. Rolling. Eek. Nice pair. Huh. Elegant. Eek. Honore. Oh. I punched. Futoshi. Wee. I messed up. I'll do it again. Oh my god. Oh, nice. Un, deux, trois. Adieu. Oh, nice. Yeah, very breakable floor. Right. Uh oh. I almost died from that.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, nice. Did he just say Gachibo? Ow. Ow. Yeah, oh. I pressed one. Oh, I'm dead. Let's go. Magnifique. Boom. Good shit. Hell yeah. Shit. We love kitty. Did you play Lily because of this kitty? Did you play Lily because of Surge? That's respectable. We love Surge. Yeah, because of her cat. Let's go. Voila! I didn't break it in time. Get up kick! Disrespect, I'm dead. I didn't break it in time again. That's pretty punishable. I don't know why is that combo keep weaving. Wait, what? Then electric down for down for 3, 2, 1. Ah! Oh my god, down for 3, 2, 1 with. What's the combo for Cassia then? Nice mix. Ah! Oh, I have to do a jab and then micro dash into 3-2, 3-1. I think that's it, right? Jab, 3, micro dash, 3-1 into 1, 3-1 into 3. Okay. Yeah, I cannot just keep doing it. Oh, nice. That's how high you can duck that. Ah. Ugh. I'm dead. You're dead.
You win.
Bailey! PP, hello. You. Me, I've been pet. Let's go. Oh my god. I've been pet by Mommy Bear. Hello, Bailey. Welcome. I didn't touch that. Oh. Elegant. I'll do it again. Whoa. Oh my god. I need to teach Kavala how to do Doriano. Because Kavala is the Tekken 8 player. Whoa, what the hell? I'll take it, that was cool. Don't. That's a misinput? I forgot I have Rage on R2. Oh my god, I'm stupid. I mean, I'll take it, it works. Oh, we're doing good, Bailey. It's good. It's nice to see you. Let's bust. Oh, elegant. Oh, this good grab. I was actually not expecting it. Ow. My legs are broken. Whoa, whoa. Magnifique. Oh. Good to see. At you. Oh, nice. I was sidestepping. Good choice, good choice. Oh. I ducked. Ooh, parry. So spicy. Don't parry. Don't. I'll throw again. Let me do a side switch. Fuck. I'm blocked. What? Damn, it's hard to punish Rayshot with Kazuya. What is this? Why is Rayshot minus 15? You know, Rayshot being minus 15 is fair enough, I guess. I love my legs, hell yeah. Ah. Ah. Yeah. Doria, Doria. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. I think that's a high. Yeah. Oh no, it hits grounded. Doria. Ooh, nice hop kick. Oh, I pressed delay. I ducked. That's not roof combo. Ah! not that yet. Ah! Ah, good grab. I'm throwing armor move. By the way, if you grab an armored opponent, it's guaranteed. In the gun. Oh my god, that combo is so hard to do. Ah. Ah. Oh wait. Oh, it's sidestep 3. Oops. Your range. Lockering. Oh my god, what a shit combo. Good mix. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing.
Final round. Fight.
Ooh, that range. I'll do it again. Oh, almost. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Oh, that's enhanced. Oh! Oh, I wanna try Devil Jin. See, all I'm playing is just like Mishimas. Hope you don't mind. But I'm not gonna play Reina because Reina is my main character. Oh, man, this one's cool. Devil Jin. Devil Jin.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, you have multiple different different customizations. It's a polar bear. Soria. High legs. Oh my god. Yeah. What's the punishment? I think it's minus 15. Ooh. How do you play that version? I only know electric, honestly. Oh, and hell, I mean, all the Mishima staples. Fly! Cross! How is that not... Cross! That's not the punish. Hope I don't get legs when I come in. By the way, I saw Kamala play Resident Evil 8 last night. It was the best time ever because I just hear Kamala shouting over again and again for the combo. I'm just gonna get. Oh yeah, you have sidestep too. Ow. Ow. Side step 2. Side step 2. Side step 2. Laser, laser, laser. Oh. Oh my god, I need to uninstall Tekken 8! What the fuck is that? What is that move? Okay. I duck. Did it float 4? Oh, you don't. Oh, maybe 4-2, 4-4-3 is the punish? Samsara. Oh, nice. MOP, thanks. Just waking up. Must get ready for run clinic. How's the punching? Oh, whatever it is happening to you, I hope everything is okay. The punching is going pretty good. Wait, I can disrespect that? Damn, I actually didn't know. What do I do with that? What is that? I love how I have no combos with fucking. I still love the Kuma versus Kuma matchup. Nice! Yo, nice! That's a nice combo. Oh, I can step that. Ow. Ooh, nicely catches that step. So good, it's a learn to run 5km program. Oh, okay, okay. What is that? Hell sweep? Hell sweep! And then, okay, I don't know what else I can do with that. Sorry, I only know how to do 5 electric or 4 electric as the combo. I don't know anything else. I press button. Ow. Oh, good grab. Jab, jab. Ooh, good jab check. I'm actually doing Reina's input because I don't know how Devojin works. Is it? Yeah, I remember this move in the practice mode. That's a good move. Next one. Oh yeah, that's +5 on block, by the way. But it's hard to do. Hi DT. Oh. Oh, I got combos. Okay, okay. 1-4, 1-4-2. Bad punish. Uh-oh. Why is it so mega loud? I did break it. Sweet. Oh my god. It's the hardest thing to do ever. How do how do you punish? I don't have a minus 15 launcher. I don't have a 15 frame launcher. Maybe I do, I don't know. Oh, I thought that's punishable. 1-1-2. We skied again. Ah, wow, that actually works. Psycho Crusher. Nice armor. I didn't break it. S. Oh sweet. Wait, I'm not playing Kazuya. It's CD4 1+2. So, oh. Nice, I tried to step. In fact, the CD+2. Oh my god. What is that move? Was that item 1-2? I think there was just too many new things that I don't even know anymore. Oh, it's not natural anymore. Wait, it's not natural, not anymore. Another one? Another one? Ow. Wait, can I just do laser? What's the laser input? No, I'm trying to find. Is it? No, that's down laser though. 4-1+2? No. What is that? What? What is that move? Up. That's up one? I'm +5. Plus all. Me gonna go do the lunchies, nom nom. Okay. Have good lunch, man. Okay, you know what? Is it okay if I play Reyna for a little bit? I hope you don't mind. I'll play. Okay, yeah, I'll play Reyna for a little bit. I'm gonna go all out and see what can I do, right? I think I remember Reyna's stuff. Reyna is like a -15 launcher, so it's like Reyna is like way easier to play.
For the next battle.
15 frame launcher. I'm gonna learn Reyna too. Nice. Good. Reyna doesn't need to rely on electric so too much, but knowing electric is pretty good. break.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice, I have no patience. Yeah, minus 15, 15 frame launcher is really strong.
Round 3. Fight.
That's 14. Sonia! Reina does really well if you know electrics, but if you don't know, you can try some 4-4-2 into stance. That's a really good move. Sorry, 4-4 triangle, not 2. I mean, it is 2, but it's like Tekken analogy or something.
Round 1. Fight.
14. And plus.
Round 2.
I'm pretty good right now because I used to main Heihachi. Nice. I tried to sidestep. Oh no. Oh, got break. 1-1-2 is guaranteed, man. Square triangle is guaranteed. Oh yeah, Reina is a hop kick, I forgot. Only Mishima, the only Mishima that has hop kick. Say. It kind of feels like Reina's electric has a slightly more reach, I think. Just a tad bit more, but I might be wrong.
Round 1. Fight.
Let me try not using electric, then. It's guaranteed. Not using electric is a little bit weird, but nice too.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, nice. Good punish. That range.
Round 3.
I feels a little weird not using electric with Reyna. I didn't punish that. Oh. Sorry, it's the habit. It's the habit. I want to do electric. Yeah, this is a good one. This is a good one. This one. Yeah. Disrespect. Oh. Disrespect. That's punish. One more. Okay. One more. One more. Reyna mirror.
Fight.
Good call. Cut! the best disrespect tool is this button. Cut! Cut! Actually, cut is really good. 12 frame startup, minus 10. Oh, yeah, see? Look at that. It's so good. That was a punish. I pressed Pro 4. What was that? Alpaca just flying. Fuck. It's hard. I'm trying to punish electric with punish ray shot with electrics. Nice, good punish. Cut! Cut! Yeah, minus 10 there is. Cut! Oh, wait, that's not 10 frames, is it? Oh, I pressed 1 plus 2. Easel. Yeah, optimal gameplay. Oh shit. the optimal Reyna gameplay. Kurt. Kurt. Oh, let's go. Oh, that's a punish. I pressed 1 plus 2 because I want to do cuts. Oh, what the hell was that? That was cool. I want to play more. Shit. Shit. Fukutsurai.
Fight.
Ah, I forgot about the cards! That's not a punish, is it? Oh, that's not a punish. Combo?
Cut, 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 cut.
Oh, good cards! Look, this move has no range, but holy hell is it good. There's no range, but it's so good. Cards! Did I press? Oh shit, yeah, okay. Cards! Yeah, on early ranks, if you're trying to go through rank match, you could try like cards. Well, cards is pretty good. a lot of the X and O moves are pretty good as well. The rolls, the cartwheels, yeah. But if you want to do advanced shit, you can try electric. I can show you what electric looks like then. Oh, you already know. I don't know. Thanks, Roxon. Thanks, Kamala. Thank you. I'll go for dinner.
Get ready
Okay.
for the next
Actually,
battle.
yeah, it's dinner time, right? It's 6:40. Oh my god, it's already 6:40. I get to beat up Xiaoyu. Now I'll teach you. Well, it's not that I'll teach you. I'll tell you about KBD. The shit I've been learning for years, and then Weibu, the very basic Weibu, and then electric. It's a blast for my first Tekken. Nice, good to know. Good to know you're having fun, because the online rank can be quite toxic sometimes, but I'll just have fun in online rank, that's fine. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, down for 3 is a fucking easy wave dash input. It can be cancelled as well. Can it? Wait. It can be cancelled. Usually if you do wave dash, if you press forward one more time, it will be a dash. Right? So you can cancel wave dash into wave dash and wave dash. That's what we call weibu. But then if you do an easy input, you cannot. Oh, because it's only one forward. I'm stupid. Okay. You can cancel it, but it's more tough. It's tough. I mean, this is tougher, but it has that sound. It's nice. You know what? I think I'm probably gonna go get dinner as well. Let me check. 6:42. It's a good time to get dinner. Tomorrow is Sunday. I could play more Tekken. You think I'm addicted? I am. I am very addicted to chicken. Chicken good. Oh. Oh no. Hey. Uh-oh. Hi, Caboose. Well, to ranked we go. Hello, bot. Hi, Gwillem. Hi, Meppy Skunk. I just said that might be about to end, but we'll raid anyways. Hey, all good. Don't feel the need to stay on, sorry. No, it's okay, it's okay. I found a reason to play more Tekken 8. Okay, I'll play just a few more rounds, alright? Don't worry, don't worry. Also, welcome in raiders, welcome in bot, welcome everyone. What were you playing? Let me see. Oh, you're still playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The game looks really good. The game looks like a movie instead of a game. You know what I mean? with that quality, that looks like a movie. I have a feeling I'm like halfway through at 50 hours in. It only halfway through. Woohoo! It's a big game. My God. Also, welcome in raiders. My name is Tira. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art very rarely. I'll start soon, this Monday. Alright, although give me a few moments. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. It's getting dark. Let's see. Alright, how about this? I'm gonna play Reina ranked, and we'll make it like five matches max. And if I lose at any point I lose, then that'll be it. Hey. Is Reina your jam? I just love doing electrics. I'm a simple build. I guess closest to Heihachi? Yeah. With the mid pressure and everything, yeah. The mid-high pressure, and then dog shit lows. Yeah, closest to Heihachi. And I'm not lying about dog shit lows. Reina is no low. Some low, right? Some low. The only okay low is sidestep 4. Neutral on hit, minus 13 on block, and then the rest of the lows are like minus 3 on hit. What other lows does she has? This one, minus 2 on hit, minus 13 on block. And then this one is death on block, minus 16. But her her highs and mids are really strong. Especially this one. Plus 2 on hit. And then Sentai 3. Plus 1 on hit. Sentai 4. Plus 4 on hit. Mid. She has a lot of good pressure when it comes to like highs and mids. So it makes them afraid. So they want to duck some highs. And then that's why 4 comes in, because if 4-4 hits a crouching opponent, it gets a guaranteed down for 1-2. Now you will see this. Like, oh god! And then that's how you know you can do like guaranteed free damage. Like, I play so much Heihachi that I can just react to this. Disgusting, right? It's the best thing about Heihachi, and now it's the best thing about Reina. And then you get free damage here if they wall splat. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's so good. Oh no, I messed up. But I feel like her combo damage is not as good. Maybe I'm just wrong. Oh. Dang, my input is so not clean. I just realized. I mean, this control is hard to get a clean input. Look at that. So this one I have a 1+2 macro. Not macro, but 1+2 input. So it's like super clean. Kobo, hi Jane. Hi Borbo. How's the Borbo? It's funny how Reina has Heihachi's wall combo as well. Season 1, okay, Tekken 7 Season 1 Heihachi has shit wall combo because that's what so jab down for 4. So jab down 4. That's Heihachi's wall combo. It's so shit. Like that's it. It's so sad. Woke up today feeling like I'm about to fucking die. Take my temperature, that shit peaks at almost 40 oh! And no matter what I did today, it didn't go down. Shit. Any medication to help with that? Oh, and you're in Russia, it's gonna be hard to sweat too, because Russia is cold, right? I'm tired of sleeping because every move makes me so dizzy. I feel like just kidding about the spot. I feel that. I felt that. I got sick for so long as well. I hate that feeling. Like, I'm tired of sleeping. I totally get that. Ugh. Ugh. And they make it. Oh my god. I got the Kobo disease. You're gonna become a Kobo now. You're no longer a Burb. I took the funny running stick. I actually don't know what that is. Me back from then lunchies. Welcome back, Mert. I'm trying to find like a few matches to play. Oh, finally, no Wi-Fi. Hope you have really good lunchies. I'm also sick, so we can snuggle. Aww. I hope we all get well soon.
Get ready for the next battle.
我们在永乐. My sister is already at. Okay, maybe I just play one of these. My sister wants me to go to dinner and they tell me now. Oh my god. You know when there's like a running event with multiple people running like 100 meters each and passing some sort of stick to their teammate? Oh, baton. The baton thing. It's not a stun baton, but it's just a baton. Shoot!
Round 1. Fight.
Nice step. They know. Okay, I need to like be more patient. Okay, I'm seeing a chart here. Let me try to act to it. Just that move. Ooh, those are all guaranteed. Let's say Choki Bickies. Choki Bicky. Nice. Lily is so evasive. We take those. Nice. Woo! Nice. Good armor. I think I haven't had a chocolate biscuit in a long time. Treat myself while I'm in Australia, along with nice hot cup of tea and honey. Nice. That all sounds good. Yeah, warm. Don't hurt yourself.
Round one. Fight.
Nice. Step. I need to do double jab because it seems to block them when they step like that. Or maybe if I this and this. Oh, you disrespect that? I ducked. Good, I'm dead. Hey, we take those. I think this kills. We take those. If I'm not getting third-degree burns on my throat, then what's the point? Overboard, no! Nice. Nice. Ooh, that's a launcher? Damn, good shit. Magnifique. Nice. Jet +1.
Round three. Fight.
Nice, good choice. Magnifique. Woohoo! Good step. Nice. Oh, I tried to step it. Uh oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. Nice! Good choice, good choice. That was beautiful. Well, that's a loss. that didn't last long. Good shit, good shit. I need to get well soon. I have a shift the day after tomorrow. Oh my god! And I can afford the sick leave because I need the months. Yeah, that's a big mood right there. Fuck. I know I cannot do much, but you definitely have my all the best wishes. It's all I can do. Okay, pursue. I pray to Draken. Solution: a cup of honey and a cup of tea. Pooh bear this shit. Sip them simultaneously. Wowee. Uh-oh, they want me to go? 我现在才刚要好，还没有完啊，不过才刚要好，我就现在才let me just re-say that. Fuck. Alright, give me a second. Boop. The only way. What do I want to listen to? I don't know what I want to listen to. What was I listening again? Oh yeah, I was listening to Killing Instinct's music. Yeah. I guess I can listen to this one. Midnight Siege? And Midnight Siege is pretty good. Let's listen to this one. Jackson, What's up, Kavala? 我现在在 end 着，差不多要好了。等一下我就过去，还是会不会太迟了？我不知道，我好了再跟你们讲哦。I actually can't believe you bought Tekken. I actually cannot believe you bought Tekken too. I'm surprised. Like, I am super surprised because you never played a Tekken game before, right? This is your first Tekken. And then I saw like Kavala bought the game. It's like, oh shit. Is it Foxa? Did Foxa like pressure you to buy the game? Slender. Oh wait, not a lot of people streaming. Another friend of yours and Cammy? Oh, I should have known. Of course it's Cammy. Of course it's Cammy. Can't believe I didn't realize that. Of course it's Cammy. I'm not surprised. Cammy is pretty good at the game. And also a lot of... I mean, I fought against Cammy like the other day. Like, Cammy has so much customizations. And... Whoa, people I know is not streaming. Shit, that's weird. Any Kobold streaming? Only me and a 2-bit Kobold. Who this? He's playing Daisy or DayZ. Kuma is so cute. I love it. I know. Kuma is my first main, and then because Kuma doesn't have a lot of like, execution, Kuma doesn't need a lot of execution. But also Kuma is very fun to play. So I was like, I'll have a Pocket Kuma to have fun with, and then I main Reina, because Reina is like, well, Mishima requires a lot of execution, right? So of course I have to main Reina, and I love Heihachi. So yeah, that's pretty much why. But mostly, I am glad that you are playing Tekken 8 now. It's fun game. I'm looking. That's I searched for Dragon Tag. I already see like 3 Dragon Ball thing. Dragon Ball Z plus GT 24/7. People are just streaming that now? Crazy. Not a lot. Ooh, hey, Umi Dirk. This one is kind of cute. Look at that dragon. Let's find someone. Oh my god, it's a fish dragon. Look at that. That's kind of adorable. You guys cannot see it here. That's kind of cute though. Look at that. It's a fish dragon. Yes, sea dragon. They're playing Splatoon. Oh, what is this? Why is there why is there Vortag? Goddamn. Is it true? Is it true that most dragon like Vor? And then the sea dragon, Seal sleeping. I know Seal despises it. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. I'm very neutral about it. It's more like if people show me, hey, here's Vor. It's like, oh, cool. I don't go like, oh my god, wow. You know, I don't do that. It's like, oh, nice. Oh, okay. that kind of feeling, you know what I mean? Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Seal despises it. Don't tell him though. Don't tell him though. Okay, let's listen to them for a little bit.
Oh, hard. This is not ideal. Refills ink by moving.
Very British. Sounds like Drake. It's so British. Oh my god, we're rating them. We're rating them. About, oh no, wait. The about section is already 4. British? Rita? Yeah, Rita is pretty British, but it doesn't sound like Rita. If Rita is streaming and Rita is like a secret dragon, I'll shit my pants because that's so adorable. If Rita is a dragon, you know I'll shit my pants because I'm a kobold. No pronouns. It's okay. It's okay. Let's rate this adorable dragon. I'm just gonna summon Bernie real quick and I'm just gonna rate because my god, my sister is calling me and I don't care. Yeah, I'm not finished. Come on.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
This is the last time we're seeing Why? 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 What happened? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Okay, that's my coffee and this is my Discord. There you go. Are we gonna get charmed? Nah. I won't. I probably won't. I pressed the wrong button. Let me go here. Real quick. Any button to snooze the ad, or is there like no ad going on? Doesn't look like there's ad. Okay, let's be quick about it. Let's raid Umi Durg. I almost pressed shout out. I cannot type. Umi Durg. So adorable, I cannot believe it. I mean, all dragons are adorable in my book, so why not? Okay, there we go. I typed in the raid. Alright, I need to run away now. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? Thank you all. My brain just reset. Oh my god. Oh my god. Here comes right to Umi. Bye Droxon, bye Kamala. You're going to firm, right? I think I'm going to this firm as well. Like, definitely. I'm saving up for it already. But I'm also saving up for a cobalt suit. Yep, as well. But my god, is it hard.
Yarn.
Perry! Hi Perry. Join us with the raid, Perry. Also, there's like, I forgot about this raid. Chinese. And then those are the raid messages. Of course, you guys can use whatever email you guys want. It's totally fine. Hope you're doing good, Perry. Welcome, 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 welcome. Wait, he's playing like a PvE mode. Splatoon is PvE? I always thought Splatoon is like PvP. Alright, here's the right message. Nice. There's both. Splatoon is a campaign. That makes sense. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Smooches. Bye, 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 bye. Take care, take care. I know the countdown is still not there yet, but I'll yep. Bye bye. See you guys tomorrow. Take care, take care.